There was no need to utter the word rejection, as you not loving and wanting me was enough to know I'm being rejected as your mate. Addasah Rumanoff was just turned 18 when she finally met him. The moon goddess made for her alone, but already in love with another. As words of a song echo, what do you get when you fall in love? You only get lies and pain and sorrow. The last book of our Rejection series. Love Zoex. Nika. I always loved the way you lie to me, Alpha. He lied. He lied to me when I left for college, and all his promises to be a better mate were nothing but lies. There he is dancing with her on the dance floor. Happily, in love with one another while the alphas and the audience look on cheering for a happy couple of the hour. Their thunderous sound of claps in approval to their union echoes through the mansion and out of the hollow night, after he officially announced that she was his mate and not me. Finally, he's going to mate the one he loves, but not the one he was promised to. His eyes landed on mine as a lone teardrop from my eyes. His eyes widen as if he just realized his true mate was present, that I have been watching all night long. I couldn't take the sight anymore as I smile at him knowingly before I stood up and left the ball in agony. My wolf's guard was down, she was whimpering in pain, but there was nothing I could do to help numb the pain. Addasah. I heard him calling my name, along with heels clicking on the marble floor, but I kept on going. Addasah, he screams, but I quicken my steps even more. Addasah, he shouted again. Too late, I felt something like a force hitting me and my body flew up in the air, throwing me backward, then hitting the cement wall hard. My head pounded on statue blood dripping from my head. I heard emergency sirens, then saw people coming out of the mansion shifting into their wolves' form. Then I saw him, calling my name while running towards me. My vision blurred. My eyes felt heavy, and all I could remember was that I'm gone forever with nothing but lies of the Alpha. Lie to me, Alpha. I was staring at my phone beside a mall escalator when I heard a loud thud, more like someone landing beside me. My phone slips out of my hold, landing on the floor. I'm sorry. He apologizes, and I help him up to his feet. The kid is barely a man himself. He was like a skeleton with his big glasses, and he was shaking badly. I do feel bad about him. Those kids are surely bully. Hey, are you okay? He adjusted his glasses, nodding his head yes, and run away immediately. I pick up my phone from the ground, shoving it inside my skinny jeans left pocket, and take a step on the escalator. Looking up, I met with those green eyes, thanks to my werewolf vision. Oh, not forgetting his jet black hair and his face perfectly carved. Disappointedly, he wasn't interested in me, as he rather turns his attention to the model beside him after meeting my gaze. I didn't know I was starring when I saw one of his friend whispers in his ear and someone tackling me from behind the back. I turn to hiss at the person, but my friend Gia grins at me. You're lucky, and I swear if you ever do that while we're on this shit, I'll skrill you. I refer to the escalator and her. She laughs at me. Sorry, bae, but you can't do that. OMG, she suddenly straightens her stand. What's gotten into you? SHHH, she hushes me up. The future Alpha is coming down opposite our way. Her voice you could barely hear, and she tightens her grip on my hand while gritting her teeth at me. The thing is, I never met our Alpha or Luna, even their children, in person. So this would be my first time meeting one of them. My whole life cycle was going to school and back home. My parents never forced me to join any pack activities or meet with other people. Show some respect when he near us. Gia put on a smile as I sigh, biting my bottom lip. I pretended to look away while tapping my fingers on the rail, wishing for this thing to go up faster any sooner. Mateo. Gia smiles widely at the green eyes demigod, and at the same time she almost breaks my arm with her hold. I gaze in their way to see one of his friends smirking at me, and those pair of green eyes settled on mine this time. He looks contemplating as if he wanted to say something to me. Instead, he just stares back at me. Anyone would basket at that moment, swooning over him and fanning over his looks. I internally wanted to run my fingers along his jawline. Yet I ruined the moment for the both of us. More like for me alone, when I held his stare, then tardily I turn away from him with a glare. I make sure that his presence doesn't faze me, but my body is sluggishly melting to the ground. They pass us, and I hear his friends howling, and some of them whistle aloud that everyone's eyes turn in their direction. How do I know this? Well, basically, everyone from the top was looking down in their way, not us. I take one last peek back down to their way, but only to be met with his wink and damn those dimples when he smirks at me. I quickly turn back to the front. How dare! My friend smacked me on the head, brushing off my now heated pinkish cheeks. What the hell? She stomps her foot when we reach the stairs. You're lucky he didn't mind us. I roll my eyes, pushing my way towards the stores, in search of a dress to wear to our family dinner as I'm turning 18 tomorrow. Also, I just can't wait for my wolf Allura to be mature and receive her full werewolf senses. I may have shifted at the age of 16, which is rare, but I can't sense our mate or even have a strong connection with my wolf. Everything else is good. Gia keeps on whining while fanning herself. You should see him and his friends when they have no shirt on. New, my mind screamed at Gia's fantasy. Gross, G, stop being a perv. Another voice chirp is coming from behind us. Cora, finally please knock some sense in her. Cora and Gia are my only best friends. The only two people I am close to. Gia is a daughter of our Delta Mr. Cavrillo and Cora. Well, she's from another pack. Her brother, the Alpha of Crimson Pack, sends her to Boulevard High. That's where we all met, and now we're in our senior year. It's an all-girls school and the only school for girls run by the Dam Council. We're known as the Moonstone Pack, fourth in the werewolves race when it comes to ranking. Cora is staying with us, but constantly visits her brother during summer and school breaks. I swear our future Alpha is a hunk. I don't care who his mate is, but I will make sure to bang him. She keeps on whining. If only there are boys in our school and he's a head boy. Damn. And if only he's in our age, but who cares, he's just 3 years older than us. Cora squints her brow, then unexpectedly shuts her up by clamping her hand on Gia's mouth and drags her to another fashion and jewelry store. Well, dear, I hate to burst your bubble, but that hunk isn't here, and pretty sure he won't be buying you a bra and a panty, so stop dreaming. And we all burst out into laughter. Cora always knew how to make oblivious co. Happy birthday, dear. I open up my eyes to find my mom and Dad with my birthday cake. I love you, stretching out my arm. My mom put the cake on the nightstand before they hug me. We love you too, dear, they both say at the same time. I am my parents' only child, and they both raise me with all their love. Your Nana has also sent her love too, dear. I smile at the mention of my Nana Gloria's name. Darling, make a wish. She brought back the cake. Closing my eyes, I wish the moon goddess to give me a sibling. A brother would be perfect. I've always wanted a sibling to play and talk to. Sometimes I hint at my parents that I wanted another sibling, but they are too busy with their work as top warriors of the pack that they don't get me at all or have a lot of time to themselves. Come down when you're ready and you still need to go to school. I groan lying back down on my bed while they each kissed me on the forehead and left the room. Jumping out of bed, I quickly take a shower and change into my uniform. A skirt above the knees with a white long-sleeve blouse. I grab my jacket and fetch my phone from my bed. My eyes almost bulge out of their sockets when I open my phone, only to be welcomed with a picture of 2 wolves in a most comprising way. Below the photo, it says, "Happy birthday and make sure to F your mate when you find him." I clench my phone tighter. That horny mother freak in, my wolf Allura says. Finally, for the first time, she communicated with me, meaning she's now matured and has mastered her sense. I can't wait to send him. She beams with glee, referring to our mate, while I just remain silent. My father, after our bonding over breakfast, drops me off at school. I was almost late, so I didn't have time to meet with my friends. And even when it comes to lunch, I have to be at our principal office for my interview at one of Daluna's pack, a prestigious college founded by Luna L. Gia didn't need to go, as her parents strictly reprimanded her from moving to other packs, while Cora wants to attend their own pack's college to get closer to Gem. Happy birthday. My two best friends scream in excitement, crushing me into a hug after school. I tighten my hold on Gia, whispering, "You pervy." Laughing out loud, she pulls away, giving me an innocent look. I turn to Cora. "I wanted to wish you a happy birthday with your parents, but this one made me wait," she says while rolling her eyes at Gia. "Yet, the best part, we're going to party tonight after dinner," Cora added with excitement. "Hate to say this, but I can't not tonight." They narrow their eyes in my way. Blame my French and history teachers for having a test tomorrow." "You can skip it," Gia intercepted. "And then what? Do the Inky only on the multiple choices section." They both laugh at my remark. "Okay, fine, Ms. Nerdy," Gia says. "Oh, shut up, you know I'm not one," I retort. "Okay, but tell you it's your loss," she flips her hair. "Never." I put on a brave look, but really I want to go to the party, but damn these school tests. 7 hours later, and I lie on my bed doing nothing after my parents call to cancel our dinner, as the alpha needed them both urgently for a meeting. Now here I am replaying the scene of Anna from Frozen annoying Elsa to wake up. Instead, it's me who annoys my poor wolf Allura to some nonsense jokes. "I hate that alpha for canceling our dinner now. I get to be the victim of your assault," she says dramatically. I peek at my night watch. It's 11 p.m. and I haven't done any studies at all. "Good luck on failing," Allura jokes. "Should have gone to that party." I groan at her instead. My phone rang and saw Cora's name. Picking it up, I answer in the dullest voice. Yet the voice was deep and hoarse, telling me to go there and pick up my friends. "Not good," I whisper to Allura, jolting out of my bed and rushing outside to get in the car. All that matters right now are my friends' safety. I know my dad is so gonna ground me for driving without any license, but my friends needed me. "Sorry, Dad and Mom." I kiss their photo in my locket before driving off. When I arrive at the place, there was no sign of them in front of the house. Not until I drove at the corner of the road and found them both sitting on the footpath giggling to themselves, while some guys were watching over them. Not too far from them is a female that I remember from our school leaning against a guy who is probably her boyfriend. I park the car on the other side of the road and jump out. "Shit!" I curse it under my breath. "It's freaking cold." I shudder, running in their way. I guess being a werewolf doesn't give you all the benefits when you are in your human form. The fear of these two being raped or murder makes me forget to bring a coat or even put on a jumper. I quicken my steps, going nearer to them, then that enticing smell hits me. It was odd because I began to feel a little bit dizzy while Allura purr in excitement. As it grew stronger this time, I felt like walking on clouds, like I'm high from a drug. I took a step closer to Cora and Gia, and then breathed in that odd smell, which now becomes intoxicated. "Yummy," Allura lick her lips in my head. "What the fuck?" I scream at her in return. "Oh, well, look, it's our weenie itsy Ada coming to the rescue," Gia screams at me while giggling, and all the dreamy thoughts of my wolf and me being high from the scent disappeared. I began to feel the cold breezing through the night like a bucket of water hit on my skin again. Damn it! My teeth are chattering right now, and so instead of turning to ask or talk to any of the standby male wolves who were kind enough to call me up for my friends, I focus my attention on Gia and Cora, who are sitting side by side. "Come on, we need to go home." I quickly grab Gia's arm, not too violent to piss her off since she's drunk, but gently. Cora is actually in silent mode with her head bowing as if she's going to fall asleep. Up now, Gia." I try to stand her up. "No," she protests, pushing away my hands. "Jay says he likes me and I." She didn't quite finish as I drag her up, letting her other arms rest around my neck. "I don't know who the hell Jay is, but we need to move. My dad is going to murder me if I'm being found driving without a license." "Daddy's little girl," she teases, while leaning against my shoulder, struggling to remain upright. We move to the other side and put her in my car before I move back for Cora. "Addasah, darling, you have different pairs of shoes." Gia pulls out her head from the car window, calling after me while laughing out loud. Suddenly, I began to feel embarrassed looking down at my shoes. I have a pink slipper on the left and an orange oversized slipper on the right foot. Allura burst into laughter in my head, and I curse for being careless and not even noticing anything for this whole time at all. Cora. I crouch down before her, and instantly she looks up. Her eyes filled with tears now got me worried. I want to have sex tonight, but I love him. Is it wrong for me to want to fuck somebody else since Jem refused to have it with me? I want to F. She didn't say the whole world as my hand slapped her on the right cheek, shutting her up. I held both of her arms. Cora, honey, there's a difference between fuck and love. Once you fuck, then your whole life will mess up and you will lose that love you've been fighting for. If you love Jem that much, then wait a little bit. Just don't let your desire blind you, got it? She shook her head, while sniffling, then unexpectedly flung her arms around me. Thank you, and I love you. Drunk people. Allura dramatically rolls her eyes. Pulling her upwards, I told her, honey, tell me that when you're sober. I joke, but honestly, I feel bad for my friend right now. After settling Cora in the back seat, I was about to get in the car when I remembered the people there, and one of them could be the one that calls me up for my friends. Busying in handling my friends makes me forget their presence at all. My mind now contemplates whether to go or not since I'm freezing to death. I ended up going back to them only to be enticed by the same scent again. I rubbed my hands together to feel warmth after blowing on it. Hi, I stutter, pinching my nose to try not to be dizzy out by the strong scent. I started to gaze around one by one, from one guy leaning against his car to the other three beside him. They were the same guys I met at the mall. Then my eyes moved to the female, and finally the one blowing his cigarette. My body suddenly froze, including my poor brain. Not from the cold, but my wolf chanting the word mate. Once our eyes met his, the one with the cigarette, my wolf jumps around in excitement, and the human side just froze there. Those green orbs again reminded me of the forest never leaving my eyes. The ones I met at the mall, which I forgot about his name. But those eyes are the ones someone could never forget, and the fact that he is our future alpha too. We gaze into each other's eyes with everything else begotten only with the sound of my heartbeat and his. Both of our wolves now submit to the bond and feel that serene pulling me to him, with my body wanting to move there on its own accord. However, this human side just froze. I should have felt like those girls who instantly fell in love with their mate at first sight. But my problem is I couldn't different to what I'm feeling right now and the word love, as I've never fallen in love before. I may have read and seen people caught in the act of it, but I've never felt it. Those green eyes, what should I do now with it? I kept asking myself while still gazing into him, without knowing that those were the eyes of a lying alpha. It was almost forever staring in those green eyes, which now I know are my mate's eyes. There was no emotion shown on his face for me to understand what he's thinking despite our wolves gliding over each other. The green eye mate just stood there like this bond thing doesn't affect him at all. We were two destined people, yet we seemed to be far away from one another. Are you okay? Someone snaps his fingers in front of me. My gaze moves to the intruder waking me from my state, and just like that my body is freezing to death. My wolf keeps yelping around in my head, calling her mate while I, on the other hand, whimper the word cold repeatedly. Thank you for looking after my friends. I keep rubbing my hands together for warmth. Also thank you for calling me about them, but don't dream we owe you anything. So see ya. With that being said, I ran back to the car without a look back. I start up the engine, trying to warm my hands and disappear from there. I drop off Gia at her home, sneaking her at the back door where her brother Evan was waiting for her. Then went back home with Cora in the back seat, hoping my parents haven't returned yet. Our house was still dark except for the light on the front porch, which I left on, and the one in the kitchen. My parents haven't arrived, so I help Cora out and into the house, dumping her on the bed in the guest room. Seriously, Cora, you're so heavy, I mutter under my breath while trying to catch my breath. We'll tell that to her when she wakes up, Allura retorted. Slumping back on my bed, my thoughts went back to him. I know running away wasn't a good idea, but it was better than to let others know, as I'm pretty sure none of us knows what to do with another one. Morning comes, none of my parents were in sight. They haven't returned except for Cora, who is sipping her coffee across from me and was already in uniform. Well, both of us are. Morning, she smiles widely. I know what she was thinking, and I have no doubt that's the smile of someone guilty of last night. Morning, I guess bus it is for us today, I reply. So, the grin never left her face. So, I mentally pretend to be dumb of what she intended to know. Who brought me home? Gosh, I think you should call back, Jem. Poor guy. You scream at him that you slept with someone last night. I lie while waiting for her reaction. Jem, fumbling for her phone, she started to tear up. Okay, that reaction wasn't the one I expected. Oh, wrong move. Alyra slaps her forehead. I fakely burst out laughing, try not to make her cry even more. She looks up at me. Nothing happens, I just brought you home. Quickly her tears were wiped. I held my bag close and made a dash for the door and run out of the house. Looking back over my shoulder, she struggled to lock the house and run after me. I hate you, she screams. Oh, honey, that's not what you said last night. We were almost to the bus stop and both of us were exhausted. All her anger disseminates. Don't you dare do that again, she tries to breathe. Then don't get your ass drunk on a school night, I said between my laughter. She huffs like a child facing on the other side. A Ford stops beside us. You ladies need a ride to school. It's the ones from last night. I'm Jay, he took off his glasses, soon to be Beta. What a narcissistic. Alyra threw daggers at him in my head. And I'm nobody, I said out loud, straightening up my back. His friend at the passenger did the wolf cry. The back window rolls down. His scent invades my nostrils again. I grab Cora, who was still trying to catch her breath beside me, and made her my shield while I try to hide at the back. What the hell, Addasah? She looks at Jay, then her face suddenly fills with disgust. Only if she knew it wasn't Jay. I'm trying to hide from him even though he has already seen me. Who are you? Cora pretends to be one of those blondes. Ouch! The one on the passenger seat fake hurt. I bit my lower lip, averting my eyes in his way, and found him again, never leaving my poor face. I look over and saw the same female from last night. So what do you say? Ride with us? Jay flirted, and I swear Alyra keeps pretending to vomit in my head. The bus stops at the stop, and immediately I held Cora's hand, taking a step forward. And what? Sit on your heads, no thank you, asshole. I ran towards the bus, dragging her along with me. The bus moves to go. We hurriedly sat down on an empty chair inside the bus. My hand went a rest on my chest, trying to calm myself. Looking aside, I saw their car slide beside the bus, and their windows were down. I try to avoid their stares, especially the one in the back seat. Cora's eyebrows squint. Why are they staring at you? Did you? Nope. I turned to the front while I could feel my left side burning. I didn't, and I have no idea why they're looking. Awa, I think our mate wants us. Alyra couldn't calm themselves from her excitement. Oh boy, we're doomed, I thought to myself, blocking her off. I mean, does his stare mean something? I don't think so. So what did you write on your tests today? Practically my poor dad's name. I answered to Gia, who in return laughed out loud, then joined by Cora, who had just come back from her cheer practice after school. So to know more about us, Cora is a cheerleader, Gia is a musician and damns her voice so good, and me one of the school leaders. I hope the moon goddess would make Mrs. Fridge blind and let me pass those 2 tests. They both look at me. Did you seriously write your dad's name? Oh, hell to the no. I closed my eyes and chose randomly. Their expression was priceless. Okay, fine. I did a little bit of study and it wasn't enough. No, you didn't. You should be thanking me. Alyra rolls her eyes. Gia squeezed my shoulders. Come on, I'm sure you did great, bitch. We laugh again. I don't know why these girls are full on makeup when the only male in our campus is the bold old Mr. Gringe and haven't even gone home yet. Gia groaned, pointing at our freshman year students all dolled up and huddling up into groups. Wait, Cora made me and Gia stop in our steps. Lucky bitch, Gia hisses, pointing at the far end of the school gate. Mate, screams Alyra, he's taken, I retort. I saw him hovering over the same girl from the mall. last night and this morning. Jay and the boys from last night were all here to sit on the benches under one of the trees, while he and the girl are on the other side in an intimate position. They weren't supposed to be on the school grounds, but I guess being the alpha's son gave him all the perks. Quickly, I ignore them and focus on reaching the gate. Gosh, I can't believe that Junior Bitch Quinn got Mateo. Ma, I ask. The future alpha, dear, the one with the green eyes. I don't know what's so nice about those little shit. I mean, look at us seniors, we're not that bad. Cora stops Gia from rambling. We got it, dear, of course, weren't that bad, we're the hottest, and you. She turns to me. Aren't you supposed to go there and tell them off? They are not allowed in our school compound. You're one of the leaders in the school. I fake a smile. You said so to yourself, he's the alpha's son. But seriously, I'm trying to avoid him since he's my mate. We continued to walk towards the gate. Gia pinches my arm. He's coming in our way, she smiles. I glance and saw him striding to our way. Feeling nervous and panicked, I lie to the girls that I forgot something on my desk and ask them to meet me at the back gate on the other side of the compound. There are 2 gates to use. The one in the front, which is mostly used by students, and the one on the other side. Yet, my poor friends didn't know I was getting away from someone. Allura keeps cursing me for not running to her mate, but who would openly run to him when another woman is clinging to his side? Rushing back into the school hallway, I moved to open the room's doors, but none was open. I rushed to the 2nd floor and began to fiddle with the handles. Unfortunately, again none was open. Not until I reach the music room, and it's a relief to find it open. I quickly skip over to the window, looking down at the ground. I should thank the moon goddess for making me a wolf. I was about to jump down when someone spoke. His voice is so deep and husky, sending frequent waves to my whole body. What are you doing? I look back, seeing him lean against the door with his arms folding. Testing, I said while I try to think of an excuse. Testing, he repeated. The theory that jumping from a 2-story won't harm our kind. My legs pulled back inside, and I stood up about to take a step when his scent grew stronger. Damn. Allura keeps fanning herself. He is quick enough to get in front of me. He moves forward and I move backward. My heart strangely began to beat. Each time he moves, my heartbeats accelerate until my back hits the blackboard. He took another step. Oh, moan Allura in my head. He didn't give me any space as he took another step forward. Oh my, his eyes are now onto mine. He looks at me for a moment before he buried his head to my neck. Sniffing and heaven, I just felt something weird ignited through my veins, and my legs all of a sudden gave out. What is this? I ask myself. You want to F him, Allura pouted in my head. Can you not with that? He pulls back his head with his eyes focusing on mine. I am testing you. Oh, okay, I wonder how he knows what I was thinking. His wolf is connected with me. Don't you remember he's the alpha to be, so he kinda knows what you say. Allura explains, and I glare at her traitor, blocking her off. I can't be with you, he says, pulling away, and my legs back to the ground. Okay, I didn't know that it was wrapped around his waist. I mean, I was too busy with my feelings, and thought that I failed to notice our change of position. But I won't reject you. He took a step back, sitting on the desk in the front row. Then let me do the rejection for the both of us, I said, and he growls at me. Okay, I didn't expect that, I thought aside. As your future alpha, you would not do such a thing, so don't test me. I want this to be our secret. Allura broke through me and kept on bugging me, so I ended agreeing with him. Fine, but what about your friends? They seem to know. He walks out of the room. They don't, and he walks off. It should be a relief, but why does it seem like he's not telling the truth? I took my time before going back to my friends. Where have you been? They both ask. Testing, I said while I continue to walk ahead of them. Cora and Gia were making jokes as we continue to walk to a bus stop to go home. I keep thinking back at my green eye mate, how he says he can't be with me, and yet he can't even reject me. My shoulders slumped back and probably look like some zombie in the view of others. A horn made me jump a little. I look back and find Evan waving at us. Get in, guys, I'll drop you off home. he offers. But aren't you going to be late for your boarder's duty? Gia squints her eyebrow. Just get in the car, duties can wait. We all squeal in happiness. Oh, this is why I wish I have a sibling, I whined at Allura. I was about to jump in the back seat. Unfortunately, Cora and Gia beat me to it. Right when I get in the front seat, Jay's Ford passes by. Their windows roll down and Mateo's eyes interlock with mine. He looks with disapproval. PSHH. I glare at him, then roll my eyes and get in the car. Well, since we are not anything, you can't give me that look, so swish, mate, I thought to myself. Evan drops Cora and me at home. No drama or anything suspicious about me and him. He practically has a mate out there. We say thanks and wave goodbye to them. Allura keeps purring inside my head, which annoys me so much right now. I turned to go inside when I saw him standing behind a tree in the woods. Swish, swish. No, I want mate, Allura cry. Are you okay? Cora, who is already in the house, asks me with concerns. Since my parents haven't arrived yet, I decided to go to him. For my wolf, of course, not me. Keep lying to yourself. Allura keeps singing in my head, but I just ignore her. Yeah, I'm fine, I just needed to go for a run. I threw my bag inside. Lock the house, I call her and run in his direction. When I got there, I didn't even say anything. I just shifted into my wolf and run ahead, and even though I'm in my wolf form, I still have some control over the both of us, me and Allura. He followed me until we were deep in the forest with no one to hear or disturb us. Seeing me halt in my steps, he went and shifted behind a tree before throwing me an oversized shirt. He turns around, and I changed back to my human form and quickly threw the shirt over my head. It perfectly fits and is just 2 inches above my knees. I cover my breast. Talk while you are here, I ask. He growls at me, which echoes through the wood. What? I just want to know why you're here and how you know my place. I thought he was going to slam me into a tree, choke me, or something like what I've seen in werewolf movies. Instead, he growls, then uproot a tree log on the ground and threw it on the other side. Don't test, Mem, and if you haven't forgotten, I'm the future alpha, so I know every family member and their place except you. I only knew Lyndon and Mia has a daughter but never seen your face until the mall. He paces around. This info was never told when we were on our school grounds, but it's good to hear that the alpha's son is not sleeping, but has done his homework well. My inner self relaxes a little, but the sight of him increases the pace of my poor heart. Why did you get in his car? He snarls at me. Excuse me, but I get in anyone's car when I want to, as long as it's not yours or you're creepy of a beta to befriend. I'm this close to losing my patience with you. He glares in my way. Oh, breadth, you already did. You're just being afraid that I will tell your father all about it, not forgetting the pack that his son is abusive to his mate. I loosen my hand from my chest and threw my hands in the air. Oh, so we're siblings now. He bares his fangs at me. What? What do you want us to be then? I mean, what are we? You're not my friend, your lover, or your mistress, and if you think I call you my brother, no, I just say breadth. Oh, and not forgetting your mate because, honey, I think that flight with your mate already explode. Both of my hands were on my hips now, with a fuming expression on my face. He didn't move or shout back at me. He just stands there with no emotion at all. I sigh in defeat. Look, I don't know what you want from me or why you're doing this. Just please, I think it's best if we don't at all. I don't need your reason too, so if you prefer your girlfriend over me, then just let me go in peace. Yes, indeed. I don't need to hear his reason because deep inside me, there's that feeling of fear to hear it even though some part of me already did. I started to walk away, leaving him behind there when I felt a pain pierce through my chest. I look back at him while I fell on the ground and saw that he's also in pain. What's going on? I ask Allura, but she just keeps on howling. Then came the howling of wolves, not just one but many from afar. When it subsides, I hear him murmur, "Father." He took a breath, then says again, "Rogues." I look around with alarm, but there's no one or even their scent. Suddenly, the thought of my parents hit me. I began to panic because I haven't seen them since last night. I turn to run back home, yet a wolf jump in front of me, blocking my way. He looks me in the eyes, and I knew it wasn't him, it was his wolf. He calls for me to get on his back, which I did, and he carried me on his back at home. A familiar feeling hits me again, the one which increases the pace of my heart, and instead of fear, I feel safe. He didn't bring me home, but took me straight to the pack house. "My parents," I said in a panic. "They are at the pack house." His wolf links to Allura, who relays the message back to me. When we got there, I run, "Mom, Dad." I call out in the mind link, but none of the answers. I sniff the air and smelt blood. "Oh, Allura, this is not good, so be alert," I told her while taking small steps towards the door without a sound. Mateo pushes forward and leads the way. There's blood drips on the ground. I twist the knob since he is still in his wolf form and find it open. "Strange." I took step by step, following him. One more step in the living room and a howl made me jump and ready to shift. What caught my eyes is a shirtless male wolf in the living room, standing there in a protective stance. Mateo growls back at the male, ready to attack, but withheld his attack when an elegant woman along with my mom walks downstairs, telling him to stand down. I run into my mom's arms, holding her tight. I pull a little bit back with tears almost burst from my eyes. It never did because my eyes settled on the other two shirtless male wolves carrying a strong aura with them. "Damn, now it's my turn to fan myself." "Stop," Allura shouted in my head. "Oh, moon goddess today is just getting better, Hugh forbid me or not. Those abs, damn." I tease her. "Shut up," hiss Allura, which makes me laugh back at her. "But damn, what are we? Don't even care anymore, Mateo," I thought to myself while my eyes fixed on the two males. Bits by bits, all fantasies came crashing down, and all my drooling has gone to waste even with my damn words. Allura couldn't even stop teasing me. "Shame," she keeps repeating, but I just pretend I didn't hear her. To refresh everyone's memory, the two males that I drool over were none other than the two top alphas in our werewolf's world. Too bad for me, one is already mated, and the other, let's just say he looks cold at me. Screw that he's throwing a death glare at me for leaving his sister alone at home, when rogues were said to have intruded a while in the territory. I wouldn't know it. If I knew they were lurking around, I would have stayed behind with Cora, but I didn't. Besides, I was with the ass of a mate. "Addasah, darling, this is Luna Sheena." My mother starts the introduction with our Pax Luna, none other than Mateo's mother, after the intensive glare and daydreaming over the two alphas. My mother continues to the young female, who previously came in sight ruining my moment, and is now clung on to her mate. Alpha Gibson and his Luna L. My mom uses the Alpha's last name as it will be disrespectful if she called them by their first name. I just bow my head in respect with my stupid smile never leaving my face, and at the same time, I hid behind her due to me not having a bra. "And that's Alpha Hernandez." I smile at Cora's brother, who narrows his eyes at me while standing still beside his sister. Cora looks as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't as by his looks I'm not his favorite person of the day. I raise my brow, gesturing in a what look, but she just raises her shoulders and arms, then eyes go aside. "Oh, and this is Beta Lucian," my mom concluded, putting a stop to our gestures, and I smile at the guy that Mateo had almost attacked a while back. Speaking of Mateo, well, he went to see his father, the Alpha, who was badly wounded by the rogues, and that's why we all felt the pain. It is said that they were ambushed by rogues on their way home after the meeting that was held in one of the council's territories. Luckily, the two Alpha were there to help them out, and as for my father, my mom assured me that he's okay and he's taking up his border duties. "If I didn't know any better, why weren't you with Cora at home?" my mom asks. "Trouble," Allura whistles in my head. "I went for a run," I answer. "And Mateo." She pressed on with her eyes on Mateo, who now happens to walk down towards us, looking sad without even jumping in to help me out so that they won't suspect we're mates. "Perfect," I gritted my teeth inwardly. "I happen to help save him from the rogues." He stops walking and gave me one of those what the F look with his cold stare. Oh dear, are you okay? Luna Sheena moves to inspect any sign of wounds on him. Oh my, thank you, Addasah. I don't know what I would do if he's badly injured like his father or even worst killed by the rogues. She hugs him tightly, and every pair of eyes in the room were on me. I didn't expect to seek their attention. I just happened to blurt out any reason, but I guess they bought it, but I don't think my mom did. This day is so bad, Luna Sheena heavily sighs, trying to suppress her tears from falling in front of the guests. Mateo keeps looking in my way while comforting his mother, but all I do is smile at him. No need to, Luna. It's just a miracle I happened to cross them in time on the way. My smile keeps growing wider and wider. My mom furrows her brows at me, but I just remain that smile. Eric. We turn to Elle, who held on to her mate's waist, then whisper something in his ear. He kisses her forehead with his hand resting on her stomach. Luna Sheena as much as we wanted to stay, but my love and I need to go back to our pack, Alpha Gibson announced. Luna Sheena insists to provide them with everything and says that they owe it to them, but the Alpha wouldn't agree. Beta Lucian disappeared outside to ready their vehicles. My mom held my hand, squeezing it tightly. Luna L walk in our way. So your mom told me that you're applying to one of our college. Yes, Luna, I answer with excitement at her. Oh, don't, she leans forward to whisper in my ear. Just call me Elle, then she said aloud. Can't wait to see you again. She winks, then keeps rubbing her stomach. Eric, darling, she called Alpha Gibson, who is talking with Alpha Hernandez, and by hearing her call he turns and got to her right away. That Alpha is whipped. Allura coo in our links, then go all girly on the lovely couple before us. Everyone went out to see them off. Cora narrows her eyes with 2 fingers pointing to her eyes than to me, while following behind her brother. It was just me and Mateo. After having that fake smile on his face, he turned to me looking pissed. He then pulls me into a secluded room. What the hell were you telling them? He almost shouted to me. It should have been me saving you. What kind of a sick lie you're playing here? He punches the wall near me. Folding my arms, I laugh a little in mockery. Honey, you can only be a hero in Quinn's life, not mine, as when it comes to me, I am a hero of my own life. I cannot let you be one in it. I push him aside, opening up the door, and went back to the living room. I heard something shattered, then a bang. Addasah, his voice gives me a chill, but I kept on walking. His footsteps were getting near Addasah, he whispered yell. Elle was to shout back at him for being annoying when a voice interrupts us, making him stop 2 meters away. Oh, Mateo, Quinn in tears run into his arms. Strangely, I felt something twist within in me. It's like I wanted to rip her off of our mate while Allura as expected buff in disappointment, wanting to be released and kill Quinn. He looks as if he's going to push her away, but once he saw me staring at them, he suddenly embraces her tightly before pulling her back and kissing her full on the lips. Allura kept clawing her paws as she is furious at Quinn, but not her ass mate, while I the idiot felt something strange building up within me. You're getting jealous, Allura purr in our links. No, I almost shouted out loud, refusing to admit it, and turned to go outside where the others are. You didn't save him from the rogues. My mom just says out of nowhere while driving the car, and it wasn't even a question. We're heading back home, just the 2 of us, as Cora has gone back with her brother, but she'll be back by next week. I cough, shifting around my seat uncomfortably. Don't even bother to lie. Her voice raises in a warning tone. Yes, Mom, I didn't save him, defeatedly I say while sighing under my breath. There was no point in lying when it comes to my mother. Trust me, she has excellent detective skills. So if someone ever lies today and she found the truth tomorrow, then don't bother to show your pretty face to her. Believe it, you do not want to get on her bad side. My mom doesn't like people when they lie. You like him. She turned the car to the street we live on. No, Mom. I quickly denied it and not to be sounded suspicious. Then what's with you and him? I know she's never gonna let it go. As I said back there, I met him when I went for a run. She taps her fingers on the steering wheel, nodding her head. Okay, but if the truth comes out, the young lady you know I won't let you off that easily. Mom, I groan, even more, resting my head back. Great, as long as she doesn't know how I'll be okay. I just need time to myself to think everything over. My dad never came home that night again. It was just my mom and me, bonding over dinner, and when I ask her why Dad is always needed by the pack, she just says it's because he's a top warrior, but there's always a part of me that knew something doesn't seem to add up here. When I woke up the next day, I was filled with joy seeing my dad in the kitchen with my mom. They look so lovable. I wish I could have that someday. Thinking of it, my mind goes back to the green-eyed douche, which ruins my morning mood. Morning, sweet pea. My dad came over, kisses me on the forehead, taking my mind off of the unwanted feelings. I responded by hugging him tightly on the waist. Morning, Papa. Oh, your father is your favorite, huh? My mom dramatically fake hurt, which my dad reaches out and pulls her into our hug. You two are my life, he mutters, holding on to us as if this was our last time together. Whenever we have moments like this, I always never want to let go but stay there forever. We stay there like that for another minute before we have our breakfast and depart our ways, with my dad dropping me off at school. My day was boring with no Cora here, and Gia is absent from school today, so it was just me hanging around by myself. When it was lunchtime, I went to the library. The librarian was surprised to see me there for the first time in the history of my school life. Usually, I do not go to the library to study. I prefer under the trees with my friends or at a school's secluded corner. Since my friends aren't here, then library is the only place for me. Looking around, I saw Quinn and the other juniors flaunting around her. She looks happy and cheery and has a werewolf hearing. I could hear that all they talk about is her future alpha boyfriend and his friends. Allura wasn't doing okay with what we're hearing. My wolf is full of jealousy at the moment. Sighing heavily under my breath, I stood up, grabbed my books, and went out of there to find a tree to study. Today was one of those days where you felt like you were drunk, that all you know is the class is finished, nothing else. All I kept doing is watching the clock strike 3 p.m. and for me to go home. Right when I thought school was finished, my teacher announced that our history teacher says we have a class after school for our revision. I wanted to scream, or even better, slide under the table and crawl my way out of this school. Yet it can never happen, so I call my dad to pick me up around 6 p.m. I hate that teacher, I told Allura. I thought she was your favorite, not today. I stood up, moving to the desk at the window, while other students cheerfully pick up their bags and went home. There were few of us taking history subject. Ms. Kaluvar is our teacher and not part of our pack. She's from the Moonbridge pack. Our class was about to start when loud music disturbs us. When Ms. Kaluvar tried to explain how our werewolf world came to be, the laughter muffles her voice along with the increasing volume of the music. Addasah, she calls me out. Would you please go and ask whoever is making that noise to lower it down, or even better, get out of our school compound? I know why I'm being picked out. First off, I am the only leader in the school who took history, and second off, I can't say pissed off teacher ask another student. Running in full speed from the stairs to where the noise was coming from, I stop a few meters, regretting listening to Ms. Kaluvar. Mission abort, abort the mission. I keep on repeating and swiftly turn around to go back, but saw my teacher and classmates with their heads out of the window looking down at me. I could escape through the gate and go home. Who cares if we got detention tomorrow? I said through our links. Oh, look what we have here. Too late, I curse and abruptly turn around, smiling at the unwanted people. Future Alpha, I'm sorry to disturb your amazing gathering, but you see we have a class right now. Your music along with the laughter has poorly interrupted our class, making it hard for us, the students who want to have a bright future, to concentrate. I stop only to take a deep breath, hopping. They would make it easy for me. Actually, it's after school and practically you have no business here. The sound of those words makes me cringe with annoyance, and Allura was ready to be released and rip off the head of that monkey voice. Quinn. Her eyes widen, seeing me with a big forced fake smile, while my anger is the only evidence in the way I raise my voice. Mateo being here doesn't save your ass tomorrow from being in detention for the whole week. None of them spoke up. You know what happens when you're in detention, and I'm on duty. Her eyes cast down to her feet, making Allura snicker. And that goes for the rest of you here, ladies. I continued with an evil grin. I don't bully our juniors, but when they retaliate or even try to get on my nerve, that's when I am not being nice. I mean, can you blame me? I love to challenge those prideful girls, especially little bitches like the one in front of me now. Another dude who is wearing a King's college football jacket stomped his way over to me, and I gulped my saliva nervously. Mateo and Jay just stood there in silence. I'm surprised he didn't stand up for his girlfriend. The guy shook both of my shoulders with his hands. And who the hell are you to come here and talk like that to us? I try to remove his hands, but his hold was tightening. Calming myself, I reply firmly to him. Practically, I am a prefect of this school, and you're on the school compound making noises during the seniors' after-school classes. So I have every right to say that to everyone here. This is school property, and as a leader, it is my property. Allura slaps her forehead, mumbling, "Uh-oh." He clenched his fist ready to punch me, but Jay stops him. "It's not nice to hit a girl." He looks as if he's protesting to comply. "Kevin, let it go," Mateo call out, warning him. He turns around, hitting the air while he groans, and I step back with a victory smile. He cursed out loud, "You watch your back." I would be lying if I said I wasn't scared, because watching him look furious is not doing me any good. "You," he furiously pointed at me, "I'll kill you." He continues to threaten me. Mateo moves fast, standing between the two of us, making Kevin stomp towards the car furiously. "Never disrespect my girl again," Mateo warns me with a cold stare before walking back to the car, followed by his friends and Quinn. When they left, I sigh in relief. Turning around, I look up and saw my classmates cheering for me. "Good job, leader," Ms. Calovar shouted. I raise my thumps, muttering, "Leader my ass," while walking back to class with Allura laughing in my head. After class, I went and waited for my father, who hasn't shown up after 1 hour. I puff, kicking the stones on the ground as my feet are getting tired and it was getting cold. I finally saw his Mercedes. Glad he remembered, Allura mutters. It parked in front of us, and immediately I opened the door, jumping in the front seat, warming my hands. "Dad, why are you late?" I kept rubbing my hands together. It's strange how my dad never replies and how my nose still could smell my mate's scent. "Dad." I turn around, only to be screaming out loud, and clung to the door handle for my dear life. "Ah!" Thrashing around, I kept on screaming, and at the same time, I struggled to open the door, but his hold is tightening around me. "Would you stop screaming? You're hurting my eardrums. Now shut up and I promise to let go of you." He stops me, and I nod in agreement. "I am not going to kill you. Okay, I'm letting you go, and you need to behave," the green-eyed devil tries to convince me. I nodded my head again, complying with him like an obedient child. He let go, and I quickly moved to open the door. Unfortunately, it's locked. He held back my right wrist. "Your parents are in a meeting with the Alpha and other respective people from other packs, so your mom asks me to pick you up." I narrow my eyes at him. "Oh yeah, and she gave me the keys, saying something that you would never get in if it's somebody else's car. Especially when your father says he'll pick you up." He starts up the car. "I swear you're lying." My arms folding, and I kept looking at him, not forgetting Allura was too busy drooling over him. I kept asking myself why my mom would let Mateo pick me up, then remembering yesterday, I sigh, slumping back to my seat. I knew my mom won't let anything go without knowing the real truth. This was her way of finding out the real status of my relationship with Mateo, like we're even connected. I wonder why he wouldn't get mad at me for threatening his girlfriend. "Hey, Matt." A hand falls on my shoulder, making me jump and almost scream again. I look back to only find Jay and another guy smiling at me. "Can you pull over at a store? I need to buy something." "What is wrong with you guys?" I settle back to my seat. "Well, your mom didn't fully trust Mateo, and Luna Sheena thought the hero needs to be protected, Jay said with a grin. The car pulls in front of a store, and they both went out, leaving me and Mateo alone in the car. Too quiet, and it's making me nervous right now. Would you stop that? He said in irritation. I look over him. What? I ask with confusion. He put back his phone in his pocket. Stop shaking your leg. I refuse to listen, and I shook my right leg, which unexpectedly, he reaches out and holds it down. Do it once more, and I'll kill you in this car with my cold-blooded hands, he said without even an emotion. I just can't believe this guy. There was no hint at all to show whether he was joking or serious. Yet the atmosphere in the car is enough for me to know that his words were not empty promises. Without hearing my response, he moves in closer to my face. My stupid heart and the wolf again did not do a good job at all. They are both getting out of my control, and I wish to the moon goddess he won't see right through it. Do we understand, princess? He caresses my cheek before holding it up. What is he doing? I ask myself, and instantly I nod, wanting this feeling and his hand to go away. I wish I know what my true feelings are since it is all over the place. I wish I know whether I'm falling in love, or I fear the asshole green I mate. Delicately, he retreats his hand, and I sat back with so much turmoil in me on what exactly is going on. An hour passes, and those two haven't even come back yet. Heading the silence in the car, I reach to turn on some music. Don't touch that. My hand almost to the key, I look aside. Is he kidding me? Who is he to tell me not to touch anything? I mean, this is practically my dad's car. Ignoring his warning, I pressed the button, which was a huge mistake, as the music blasted out loud, and the words of the song deviously bitch slap right in the face. Knockout ding, ding ding. I screamed to Allura, who laughed at my dismay, while the songs keep hitting me in the head with the singer screaming. I want to know what love is. Like my mate would show me what love is, I retort back in my head, then switch it to the radio, which was also a mistake. The music plays. There's a meeting in my bed. Does this day gets any better? I groan, then switch it off completely. Why did you switch that off? Jay says, while getting in the car with the unknown guy. Then shutting the door behind them, while Mateo starts the engine. He makes his way through and puts the song back on. Taking a deep breath, I look outside the window, singing the song in a low voice, not able to control my body. My shoulders move a little with my head, in small shake, according to the rhythm. Can you blame me for that song's rhythm moving your body despite the words I just lost in the music, ignoring other people in the car? When we arrive at the pack house, I saw other people glancing in my way. Did I ever say I have met these people? Definitely a no. I grab a chair and sit at the other end of the living room, almost to the entrance door. Pulling out my phone, I randomly selected a game and played it. A sound of a door opens, and voices were heard, signaling that the meeting is over. People came out, and right when I see my parents, I ran over and hugged them. Mateo stood up from the couch and returned the car keys to my dad. Thank you, Mateo. My mother took hold of his hand. Thank you, she repeatedly said before releasing her hold on his hand. A moment later, our Alpha and Luna Sheena came outside, motioning for all pack members to gather around. Everyone is present except for the warriors on borders duties and Gia, whom I haven't seen at all. The Alpha went and stood on the steps, hurling everyone around him. As you may all know, my condition is not going to improve anytime soon. Therefore, my son Mateo will be having trials before I ascend him the title of Alpha next week. Everyone gasps, then came to the murmuring. The Alpha raises his voice, silencing them off. I have already prepared him for this role, and I want you to trust in my decision and your future Alpha. This trial is just to test him. Any questions? An old woman raises her hand. Yes, Miranda. Alpha Roman, what of the Luna? The Alpha seems to be indecisive, before he spoke again. Mateo hasn't found his Luna yet. With those words, Allura whimper, and I felt something constraint in me. If by next week he hasn't found his mate, then his girlfriend Quinn Sullen, whom you have all known, and we have already approved of will be chosen as his Luna. None of the pack members spoke up. They just went silent, and I didn't know my hold around my father's shirt was tightened. My eyes were fixed on Mateo, who now held on to Quinn. I felt an alone tear leaving my eyes. It was caused by my wolf Allura, who is crying. This wasn't a good sign at all. My green-eyed devil is breaking her soul. I buried my head in my father's chest as my breath hitched, while hopping my feelings for him weren't love, because if it is, then I don't want it because it's hurting Allura, and it's slowly gliding over me, reaching for my poor heart to be crushed. Mateo's POV. Quinn squirms in my arms as my father made it clear to our pack. If by next week I haven't found my mate, then Quinn would be my Luna. She grabs onto my shirt, holding me tight against her with a smile on her face. My wolf Thunder whimpers through our link, begging me to turn to our mate, to go to her side and give her a little comfort. Hatting him for bothering me, I turn and found her eyes on me. Thunder knew her wolf was crying, and I could see it, yet I won't fall for those tears. Quinn is my one and only, the only woman that the moon goddess has sent in my way. My mate, she has everything that a guy would like. Her beauty, yeah, she's a beauty with that long raven hair above her waist and those sapphire eyes you could dream over. Any guy would love to be her boyfriend. I mean, my best friend Jay is an example of it. He is head over heels for her, also not forgetting Kevin, who is Quinn's brother. The one that almost loses his cool today because of her. Indeed, later when we were out of school, compound the only thing he does is praise her beauty. He even told Quinn that Addasah was way more beautiful than her, and that my girl Quinn could not be compared with Addasah in any form. So she may be the beauty queen, but Quinn is the queen of my heart. Plus, her attitude boils my brain. I hate the way she raises her head and talks back to my friends and me. I especially hate her when she disrespects my girl today. When her mother asks me to pick her up, I almost lose my head, but Thunder was way too eager to go pick her up. When we were in the car, he tries to caress her cheek. I try not to be affected by her. I could feel our bond, but I pushed it away. I wish I was the only one who could control my body, mind, and soul, but being a werewolf, you can't own it all by yourself. Turning away from her, I look up ahead to my father. When everyone went home, I pull Quinn inside one of the guest rooms, asking her if she could be patient with me for a month. I told her I found my mate, but I don't want to mate her. I didn't exactly give away her name either. There's something I need to do within that month, before fully mating Quinn. I know I told Addasah I don't want to reject her because, at the time, I thought I could break up with Quinn and mate her. Yet plans change. I couldn't live without Quinn. My heart is all hers. For this 1 month, I might need to teach my mate a lesson. Quinn understands me. She has also supported my idea, and she's willing to wait within that 1 month. After our talk and a make-out session on the couch, I dropped him off at home before going back to look for my parents. I knock on their bedroom door, but none answer it, and right when I was about to go meet up with the guys, I heard voices from my dad's office. Taking a deep breath, I told myself to be ready. I have been practicing this scenario on my head on my way home after dropping off Quinn. Here goes nothing, I mutter under my breath. You can't do that to me. I enter the office, slamming the door behind me and hurling a near chair towards the wall. Father, 1 week, that's too early. He sat there with calm, while I am like a banshee who's losing his mind here. Give me 1 month, and then I'll mate and mark Quinn. My father groans. Why do you need 1 month? My mother asks. Do you still live in that hope of your mate? My father growl a little. Yes, if anyone is wondering why my father is saying it. Well, he is not fond of the idea of having a mate. He hates that word because his mate, my real mother, left him and me when I was young. Sheena is not my real mother. Everybody thought she's his mate, and the woman who left him with a child is his girlfriend. No, I don't want a mate. You know that I love Quinn. Sheena shook her head in disapproval. You should want a mate, she pressed on. No, I don't. I clench my fist tight, having to discuss this with her. Then why do you need a month? My father raises his voice at me. Please, Dad, I just need it. Give me 1 month, and then I'll become the alpha that you always want me to be. He seems to be thinking for a while. Very well. We'll do what you want, but it's by the end of this month. I'll contact each and everyone again that the ceremony for next week is canceled, he says. Thank you, Dad. Sheena whips her head towards the window side. Wanna tell us why you need it? I just nod my head no and went out of the office. I walk up the stairs when thunder growl through our links. I know what you're trying to do, and you better not do it, he snarls at me. You can't stop me, I retort. He thrashes around in my head. Don't hurt them, they don't deserve any pain. But I refuse to listen. My mind is already set on what to do, and there is no way Thunder can stop me from doing it because I love Quinn. So you won't hurt her? Thunder asks through our link. You can't stop me, Thunder, he hisses at me. Then I can't wait for the day you regret it. I will gladly watch you die on that day. Being angry with me, he closes off our link, not even bothering to listen anymore. My mind is set, and no one can stop me, not even my wolf. Without my friends, I busy myself with school activities and with my duties as a leader. Being a one-man band all day isn't so bad after all. Helping out our head girl Janice, who always looks stressed every day, including today. Guess what she's stressed over with? Her boyfriend. She just happens to annoy me today with her gibberish story on her boyfriend. Guess other girls knew about it, and here I am a victim of her story of my life. The principal had also called me in to finalize things, with the Daluna pack on their acceptance of my application to their college. I can't wait to kick my mate's ass bye-bye. After last night, I don't think I want to see him ever again or Quinn either. I am trying my best not to think of last night's incident. Their loving relationship has a great impact on Allura and does not forget me. Breathing in, I walk towards the gate after school. Well, it is my turn to be on duty after school, managing the school gate and making sure all students are not to be on campus after 4:30 p.m. Thank Moon Goddess, there are no after-school classes today. I open up the gate, and what I didn't expect was the King College idiot who almost rips my head off yesterday standing there with his phone in his hand and leaning against his car hood. Please, sir, move your car inside. I pretended not to know him. My hold on the school gate tightens while looking to the other side. What if I only move if I get your number? Again, I play the deaf game. Horns were peeping, making me ignore him and look behind. Parents were getting impatient. Some of them were calling out, but the idiot remains in front of the gate. Sir, kindly move your car, or should I call the patrol office? He snickers at me. You think I care? Come on, pretty, number first, and I'll move. By the way, I'm Kevin. Another earful horns were heard. I can keep them waiting all day. He stubbornly crosses his arms together. Too bad, I don't have a phone, I lie, and he looks at me dumbfounded. Not all people have more group chat. Now move your car. Fine, what if you come to our game on Friday? I raised my brow, not interested. Come on, please. He pouted his lips like a child. Okay, we'll see. I just replied so that he can move his damn car. Yes, he almost shouted, then happily get into his car and drive through our school gate. I can see the distraught look on the parents' faces, but I ignore all of it and politely smile at them. When everyone is gone, I close up the school gate and waited for my car at the door of the front gate. A car slid right up in front of me, catching my attention. You haven't gone home yet? Mateo asks. I just stare at him. I guess so. At the same time, I wanted the earth to swallow me now. When I am trying to forget all of last night, where he is right in front of me. Want me to drop you off at home? Okay, I didn't expect him to ask me if I needed a ride. After all, I am not the Luna he and his parents have chosen for the pack. Wow, he's asking me. Right, Allura. But she just went silent, not even wanting to speak to our mate. Another wow has gone through my head. Usually, she's excited when it comes to him, but now why so quiet? It seems like last night has taken a toll on her not to be excited or present when our mate appears again. Do you need a ride home? He repeatedly asks me. No, thanks, I am waiting for my dad. I try to be polite. He kills off the engine, opening up his car, and got out. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious I'll stay here with you until your dad comes, making me frown a little? I'll be fine, and you don't need to. I move to the other side while he just ignores me and went to sit on the cement chair facing me. And what would your father thinks if he finds out the future alpha left his daughter all by herself, not knowing the rogues, hunters, or even better hybrids attack any time sooner? I didn't want to argue, so I remained silent. Gosh, this is so weird, I thought to myself. How's Quinn? I ask without thinking or even turning to him. Damn, I wish I didn't speak up. She's okay, I guess. You? Turning to face him, I reply, good. My eyes now fully take in his look, and it's the first time I see him in his college football jacket, making his bad boy look hot and sexy. Okay, where did that come from? I try to slap myself mentally. What? He asks. You go to Bilford College. Why, not a fan. He raised his eyebrow. No, but I thought Alpha's son attends Midfield or Brigham College, where other Alpha's sons attend. Bilford, to be honest, is a college where most of the narcissists, well, not all but some like Mateo, attend. They are all about attitude since it's famous in our pack. Yet the other two colleges I mentioned before are the top two colleges in our werewolf world. The colleges made for future alphas and their Luna if they ever find them. I saw his lips curve into a smile. Not this alpha's son. Okay, no need to be narcissistic about it, I mumble. We remained silent again for another minute before I heard him saying, do you think that we should take a chance at this mate hole thing? Do you? His eyes flicker to mine. I want to try with you, he reaffirms. Yeah, I want to for my wolf Allura, but... He sighs, making me stop. Then what do you want me to do? I'm not the one with a girlfriend, or should I say, lover. I turn away from him. Mateo, I don't want to try for something that it could never work. You said you want to try, yet you never once said you're going to break up with her. Your reaction clearly explained everything. I told him honestly, and it resulted in his growl. See, you are very defensive when it comes to her. I think we should live our own life. I want to try with you, he says with a snarl. This time I heard a car engine and saw my dad's car in view. Then break everything with her, I quickly retorted. Make me believe that this isn't a joke, that you meant it. You trying with me. Because I don't want to try with you and only to end up as the other girl who came in between you two. The car stops before Mateo's car, my father rolling down the window, waving to Mateo. I quicken my step, opening the door, then turn to him. Thank you, Mateo. I jump in the car, buckling my seat belt and closing the door before my dad peeps his car horn at him, and we drove off. Laying my head back, I thought of many reasons why he wants to try with me now, when, in the beginning, he didn't seem to want to. Dodge, 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 and punch. My fist misses his face, and he chuckles. I guess Mateo has got you worked out, right, Belle? Feeling a rage surging within me, I blindly attack my dad without looking out at his weakness or even my defenses. He dodges my attacks until I lose my balance, and quickly he is behind, bending my arm and locking it behind my back. I stomp on his feet and collide the back of my head to his face. He winces before tripping me with his leg, sending me over, and he locks me down where I couldn't move. Uggs, I give up. I panted while my dad smirked at me in victory. You should never be disturbed. I'm surprised I won today, I groan. My dad let go of my hand and legs before standing up. He kisses my mom on the cheek, makes a juice from her, and drinks it. You were being an unfair dad. Unfair, you should remember to never let your opponents provoke you. And, he laughed, didn't I always tell you to hold up your guard? Groaning to myself, I reply to him, fine, you want a square fight. Every Thursday morning, my father and I have training at 4:00 in the morning, then sleep for only 2 hours as I have school at 8 a.m. How not cool is that? I gotta say, you and our future alpha must be mates. I look up to find my mother giving me a murdering look. Sighing heavily, I quickly denied it. Dad, you must have forgotten that Quinn is his mate. Chosen, my mother interjected loudly with her. You better tell me the truth, young lady look. Unfortunately, your daughter is not his mate because if I am, I wouldn't be sleeping here, would I? Young lady, even if you have a mate, you would never sleep with him until you turn 40. My father put up his protective mode attitude, making my mother laugh. Still, I am glad he's not your mate, my dad added, taking a sip of his juice, which made me confused. My mom hooks her hand under his arm, leading him back inside the house, with me following not far behind them. They look as if they are mind-linking. Then I heard my mother giggling before they rush up to their room like those young teenage lovers. Smiling to myself, I went back to my room, taking a shower before going back to bed. When I woke up, I thought of many excuses to tell my parents so that I could skip school today and stay home to chill. It's that time of the year where you don't feel like waking up again to go to school or do anything, except to stay home and do nothing at all. The door opens and my mom came inside. Honey, aren't you going to school? Maybe I should tell her I'm sick, right? Allura. My wolf just nods her head. Mom, don't you dare think of saying you're sick. I sat there speechless. But Mom, just one day, she shook her day no. Almost giving up, I remember I never told them about me being accepted to one of the prestigious colleges in Dalunapak. What if I told you good news? She stops by the door, folding her arms. I got accepted to Almond College. Yep, that's the college founded by Luna L, for those who wanted to both learn about practical and theoretical knowledge of our supernatural world, not forgetting to become warriors or trackers. My mother moves towards me and crushed me into a hug. Oh, so proud of my baby. She wipes off her tears, digesting the good news before walking back to the door. You still have school to attend, Addasah. Mom. I quickly got out of bed and followed her. She was quick enough to get to my dad and tell him of the big news. So, Dad, I pouted as he hugs me, can I stay home for today only, please? I act like a child in front of him. He looks at me. I can see that he's going to say yes, yet only if he didn't have to look at my mom, who is warning him with her eyes narrowing at him. He sighs, sorry kiddo, but doesn't look at me, ask your mom. He walks away, stealing a kiss on my mom's cheek. Mom. Addasah, it doesn't mean you got accepted, then it means you're not going to school. Even if you're a cross-credit student, you still need to attend, and besides, school is fun. You got only 2 months left, then you'll be out of there. She walks to pick up her handbag from the counter, then turns around to look at me again. I try my best to look like those 4-year-old kids. Okay, you may stay, but make sure everything is clean. I got on my knees, feeling like I have finally won $1 million, but hell no, this is a one-lifetime break. I move to hug her, then I dance to myself. Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly how I spend my day. Chilling around the house and cleaning everything up without any Mateo scenario, Jay's flirtation, or the new boy in the block, aka Kevin's too sure behavior. And top of it all, school was just me being lazy all day. Tonight is Friday, and if anyone could remember, it's the King's College test game. So yes, I remember the douche's invitation, because he was there at my school today waiting for me at the gate after school. Indeed, I was a master of the hide and seek game. I have hidden in the bathroom for 2 hours, and once everyone is gone and his car was still there, I sneak at the back gate and climb over it, then call my dad to pick me up from the back gate. Smoothly how it goes, I was never caught by him or the minions that he has brought. My mom isn't at home, yet as she was also doing overtime, after my dad brought me home and left for his duties. I sat on my bed, reading my book on the phone. I heard a noise outside of my window, and out of the blue Gia knocked at my window, scaring the shit out of me. What the hell, Gia? I went and opened up the window, only to laugh at how her legs are still attached to the branch of the tree near my room, and both her hands on the window pane. Surprisingly, to see the principal here at my window, I joke. Would you help me? She struggled to climb up. I helped her inside. You've been MIA from school, I point out to her. So I was sick. Are you sure about that? I folded my arms, but she just sat there on the floor, rolling her eyes at me. So tell me, why exactly are you here? Shouldn't you be resting at home? She dusted her clothes. Is that how you miss your friends? I'm hurt. She fakes it. I thought you miss me. Are you kidding me? I was at school alone. I counterpart, making her laugh. PSSH liar anyways. We can argue later, but right now we have somewhere to go to. She marches towards my closet, pulling out clothes. Okay, what are you doing? We're going to the game tonight. What game? She threw me a pair of mini shorts and a top. The football game that everyone in our school is going to. I refuse to go. Oh, come on, everyone is going to be there, now get your ass up. You can't miss their test match tonight, please. She pushes me towards the bathroom with clothes in my hands, but I move past her and grab a black distressed belted denim dress and a pair of white sneakers. There is no point in fighting with my friends when it comes to this kind of stuff, especially when they beg you to do it for them. So how are we gonna get there? I said after getting ready. She blinks her eyes like those innocent children. Can't we use your car? Hoy, it's my dad's car, not mine, and I don't have a license. Please, we have to go to this game, and I'll drive the car since I have a license. She pleaded to pout her lips. Fine, we'll use his Rover. I grabbed the keys from my drawer, and we went to the game. We made our way there. Instead of King's College, we went to Bilford. I thought we're going to the games. We are. It's Bilford versus King's College. I felt myself shrink into an Ant-Man. Allura all of a sudden whistled in my head. Too many hotties for us. OMG, finally you're back. I thought you'll never going to appear again. She winces. What? Wolves can have a vacation too from their shithead mates, I laugh to myself. Agree. Gia pulls over to the parking lot, which is now filled with the crowd. She did a final retouching to her makeup while I just check my lipstick, then we both head out. I hear whistles around us, but we kept on moving towards the bleachers. Wait, I have to say hi to someone first. Gia dragged me with her. It was too crowded, so I kept bumping into other people and saying, I'm sorry every time I did so. Then I could smell his scent, so I just froze, but Gia just forces me to move. Hey, Jay. She pulls me towards the Bilford College football team boys. Since when did she say hi to Jay? I am confused now. Mateo's presence has long been forgotten, as my mind is set on my best friend and his best friend. I came to wish you, babe, good luck, and I'm going to watch from the bleachers. She kisses him on the cheek. Whoa, babe. Again I slap myself, I'm lost here. She kisses him on his lips, my mind going round and round, confused as hell. And what are you doing here? Mateo asks me, his familiar voice sending millions of butterflies to my stomach, but I try my best to ignore him. To watch like everybody else, I retort. Oh my, you finally came. Allura and I wanted to disappear when we heard that voice. Kevin moves quickly in my direction and hugs me out of nowhere. I tried to push him off. Now I have a reason to kick your ass, guys, he said towards Jay and Mateo, who now looked unhappy. Oh my, when did you guys start dadding? Gia jumps up with excitement. I remove Kevin's arms from my shoulders. We are not dadding. Allura forces her way to take control of my body and words, which she successfully did so. Yes, it may not be right now, but she's my future. She shook her head. There is no future for you and me, Allura retort to him. Everyone thinks it's me, but no, it wasn't me at all now. Mateo looks with a smirk at the embarrassing Kevin. Oh, hello there, she calls to a random kid who turns to point to himself. Me, he gulps. Yes, dear. I remembered him from the mall. He was the one who runs into me. What's your name, pretty boy? Everyone's jaws dropped, and the kid blinks while I just shoot myself 1,000 times. Allura surely is trying to make Mateo jealous, which I could see she is doing a great job at it. Eid, he stutters. Oh, Eid, I feel you're somehow the son of Edward Cullen, she flirted. I'm Addasah, damn her for using my poor name. Shall we? And she held onto his arm, forcing the poor guy to go with us without asking whether he's fine with it. Gia, are you coming or not? Gia quickly pecks Jay on the cheek and leads us to the bleachers. My whole night at the game was spent with Allura taking over control, while I just watch from the back of our minds. I only hope she won't ruin this night for the both of us and keep ourselves as far away from our mate. Mateo's pav. If she's doing it on purpose, then I must admit it's fucking work. Not only my wolf was on the verge of killing Kevin tonight, and that wannabe nerd kid named Eid or whatever, but I also wanted to rip their heads off. I don't know how she gets in my head. Ever since we had that talk at her school, my thoughts were consumed with her. I wanted to erase her, but still, she was in here 24/7. Damn it, I even start to avoid my baby girl Quinn because of her. This was supposed to be my revenge, not the other way around. Maybe I shouldn't think of telling her that I want to try with this mate bond thing. It's like right when I'm getting things in place with my girl. Here she is turning everything upside down and ruining my night. I know I have to prove to her that I and Quinn are done, but just thinking about how I will do it. Damn her for showing up in my life. I was fine with my life. I kept cursing the day I met her mate. I won't be the one left heartbroken after this. I'll make sure she falls for me within this month. Hey man, are you okay? I felt Jay's hand on my shoulder, shaking me out of my misery. Yeah, I'm good. Then let's beat those motherfuckers' asses tonight. I don't care if it's just a test captain, I still hate Kevin. I nodded him in agreement before gathering our team around and then making our way to the field. Our coach says his remark on our game and reminds us of our game plan. King's College was on the field after our coach's words, then we dispersed to our positions. My eyes went up, looking at the bleachers, and found her with that Eid kid. Motherfucker, I curse. It seems like she's enjoying the company with the way she threw back her head and laugh. Thunder in seeing our mate on the bleachers with the dude growls a little. I didn't know when the whistle was blown, as suddenly the ball was thrown in my hands, and number 7 from the King's College just tackled me down. This made me curses even more. I couldn't focus, like her on the bleacher made me lose my cool. The game went on like that. I got tackled down every time I get near the touchdown line. When it's halftime, Jay strutted at me angrily. Dude, what the fuck was that about? You're not in the game here. Tell me what's on your mind. I ignore him. Mateo, you sit this one out. The coach call over me when halftime is over. But coach. No, but Mateo, you need to cool off first. Hayes, get your ass on the field. I marched towards the bench, kicking my helmet on the ground, muttering, it's just a fucking game. Huffing to myself, I sat down on the bench and watched as the game went on. This is my entire mate's fault. Damn her for showing up here tonight. I keep blaming her in my mind. Time flew by. We are leading by 3 points on the board. Yet by 30 more minutes later, we became equal with the King's College. It was unexpected when I saw Hayes throw the ball to the crowd, using his werewolf strength. Everyone watches as it went in the air, heading right in my mate's direction, about to hit her in the face. Yet it never did, as she was quick to catch it in time, making the crowd go, wow. I could see the smile on her face before she pulls her hand back and threw it back to Hayes, who was ready to catch it. Unfortunately, it hit him right on his balls. The crowd goes, ouch, as Hayes clutch at his private jewel, hitting the ground in pain. Serves him right, thunder growl in my head with pride. He shouldn't target her out of the blue. I'll kill him after this, he promised. Reed. Our coach calls me by my last name to go back inside the field. We were 10 more minutes, and then the game finished. I saw Kevin blowing kisses to my mate, who made Thunder groan, and I couldn't control him as when the whistle was blown, and Kevin held the ball. Our speed fastens, and I tackle him on the ground so hard that I could hear his bone cracked, and then he was taken out of the field. Damn it, Thunder. He smirks evilly in our head, giving me back control. We won by 1 point when the game's up. Our fans and students are now in celebration, even though it's just a test, not our homecoming championships. Still, we are happy to defeat the King's College football team. We were about to head back to our locker room when Quinn came down from the bleachers screaming at me. What the hell was that for Matt? She's mad that Kevin has been taken to the hospital. It's a game, Quinn. I didn't mean it. The hell? That wasn't even a game. You shouldn't have to tackle him that hard. She pushes my chest with her finger. I was going to say, babe, please just let it go and forgive me. But seeing my mate watching us with the crowd, I changed my plans. This is the perfect time to make her believe me. I am going to break my baby's heart tonight, but tomorrow I'll break her. I grin to myself evilly. Forgive me, babe, but I'll just get this show's over and then explain everything to you later, I told myself. Let's do this. Well, he should be man enough to take any physical combat. This is not some Barbie with her doll's game Quinn. I ended up shouting at her, making the crowd burst into laughter. It's football, so wake up. She looks at me with hurt, and I almost say sorry, but I have to make my mate believe me. Oh yeah, guess what, Matt? What, Quinn? You too much and bitchy. I am sick and tired of all your whinny and your protectiveness over your stupid stepbrother. Her eyes widen. I hate you, Matt, and I'm done with your shit too. Good, because that's what I meant in the beginning. We're done. I'm sick of you too. Quinn ran out of there, crying, almost breaking my heart, and when I turn I saw her, my mate, witnessing our breakup. I clench my fist tightly, telling myself, I'll break you, Addasah. I could not believe what I had just witnessed. Well, others were there too, but once they broke up, Allura gave me back control. He finally breaks up with her, which made my brain go wow. I should be happier that he breaks up with her, yet why am I getting this unsettling feeling within me? Hey, I'll see you again around. It was nice meeting you. Eid adjusts his glasses, then turns to go away. Eid, Gia calls him, but just stops and glared at her before stumbling away. Gia stood there beside me. I could see her eyes almost in tears. Then she turns and grabs my hand. Come on, we have to go to the party. I look back and saw Mateo eyeing my way. I swiftly turn back and continue to walk with Gia. We went to a store out of our territory just to buy her a freaking condom. She didn't want to buy from any store in our pack, as everyone knows everybody except for me. I kept on warning her that Jay isn't her mate, but she just brushed my advice aside and remarks that I know nothing about love or relationships. It saddened me that I may be not experienced in that field, but I am an observer and I can help her. After all, I'm her best friend. Gia has changed. She never explained why she misses neither school nor being the awesome friend that I used to have. She was a completely different person tonight, and I felt like she's using me tonight for unknown reasons, and for one, she needs transportation. We went back to the after-party held at Mateo's private house. I didn't know he could live on his own, but Gia reminded me that he's the alpha's son, but also the future alpha. The house front porch was crowded, couldn't even find a parking space. We ended up parking on the other side of the road. As soon as we made it inside the house, Gia left me, more like ditching me in the middle of the crowd. I stumbled looking for somewhere to hide, yet I couldn't. I felt a pair of hands holding me steady. I look up and came to face with Jay. Hey, are you all right? Yeah, I feel like getting away from him immediately. You look beautiful. His words are in a slur, and he's freaking drunk. He steps towards me, and I step backward, then he corners me to a secluded corner of the house. You smell good. He takes a sniff around me. Stay away from me, or I'll tell Gia, he laughs. Gia, your friend who brought you here just to get in my bed, he pointed a finger at me. Are you sure she's your friend? He shook his head. Tusk, didn't she tell you that if she didn't bring you here tonight, I and Kevin won't fuck her? My eyes widen in disbelief. I will ask her tomorrow to explain herself to me. Feeling betrayed by my friend made Allura growl in a murderous tone. I was about to tell him to stay away from me again when he is being pushed away from me. He fell far back towards the crowd, hiding Mateo from his view, so he didn't quite see who pushed him as everything moves in a flash. Mateo took my hand and leads me into a room. We could hear him cursing and giving out warnings to whoever pushed him that hard. Stay away from my beta. He corners me to a wall. His fist raises to punch me. Immediately, I closed my eyes, waiting for his punch, but it never came. I peek at him and find his first contact with the wall. Quickly, I raise my hand to my poor heart. If only I was a human, I'll be long dead by then. He heavily breathed, moving a little bit closer to me, and my head couldn't move anywhere except to look at his damn face. I could feel Allura's nervousness through our link as he moves closer. He stops inches away from my face. "I don't want you around him or any other guy," he whispers, sending shivers through my body, making my skin tingle with his fucking warm breath and sensation. I push him back a little, moving forward and away from the wall. "Sorry, Alpha, but you can't do that to me. I just want you to stay away from them. I just couldn't control my wolf when you're around." He let out a frustrated sigh. "Then that's your problem, not mine. It's better if we reject one another." He looks at me, pushing me back to the wall, not aggressively to hurt, but with care. "Please, I need time. I just can't reject you, but please promise to give me time," he says. "I just got broken up with Quinn. It's not like you can pop out of nowhere and expect me to eventually switch off my feelings to you. I'm your mate. And she's the girl I've been in love with." He withdrew back, shouting at me. Luckily, the music was loud enough to suppress his voice, and there was no sign of the football team or any person around. He grips at his hair, then turned to look at me with his pleading eyes. "Please, I can't reject you. I need you, so give me a little bit more time." He held my hand into his. "I broke up with her for you. Yes, that little stunt back there was for you, please." He looks at me with pleading eyes. "Fine, but I won't promise." I shook off his hand to adjust my clothes and left him there. I walk over to the other side of the room, ignoring the others completely. I found Gia sitting on Jay's lap. "Hey," Jay saw me, and he starts to bury his face in her neck. It's like we haven't met a while ago and that nothing has ever happened, like him making a move on me. Gia smirks at me and tries to give Jay the drink in her hand. Instantly, I went up and slapped Gia on the face. "Next time you try and use me, friends or no friends, I'll K up your brain." I took the cup from her hand and down it while holding her glare at the same time. "Shit, I shouldn't have done it." Turning around, I walked towards the exit, but my vision started to get blurred. Then I saw someone I was familiar with. I fell in Mateo's arms. He looks as if he's worried, then lead me into a room. He sat me on the bed. I heard him curse, saying something about the drink I took being spiked, and that's all I remember. Mateo's pav. I was mad at her for the whole night, and I almost lose control when I saw her with Jay in a corner. Acting like a jealous mate wasn't a problem, as my words of breaking her still replays in my head. Yet once I saw her again, she walks like a drunk person, which gave me this weird feeling. She's lucky I was there when she fell. I sat her on the bed. Thunder growled in our link furiously. He says his mate has drunk something spiked. Cursing to nobody, I lay her down, then rushes downstairs to get a bag of ice from the fridge. "Have you seen my bitch of a friend?" Gia laughs lightly, and I could see she's drunk. Her hands trail on my shirt. "I hope someone F her up tonight in the conditions she's in. She shouldn't have drunk it," she laughs. I grab her by the collar, don't even care if she's a girl or not. "What did you put in the drink?" I'm surprised of having this side of mine. "Why would you care? Now it's a good time to fuck her. Your friends want her pretty bad." She laughs again. I heard her murmured about her mate, wanting her too, but I was too pissed that I choke her. "What did you put in the drink?" "I don't know, I just bought from someone on the street, and it wasn't meant for her." She coughs once I released her. Tossing her on the ground, I mind linking Tina, a friend of mine, to take Gia home, and quickly went upstairs with 2 bags of ice in my hands. I found a guy standing at the foot of her bed. He was to open up his shirt and unzip his pants. How the hell did he get in my room? The bags fell from my hands, and the next thing I did surprised me even more. I grip his neck with my bare hands, choking him. "You don't get to rape someone on my bed or any other girls in a party. At my party, nobody took a girl without their consent." I pushed the door open and threw him from the stairs. I then mind linking Jace, my other friend who doesn't drink to take care of the brick I threw downstairs. He was to break a code in our party. I explained to him, and he proceeds to what I said, and that code should never be broken by anyone. I check on her, just to make sure he hasn't touched her, which luckily he didn't. Then I move back quickly and filled the tub with warm water before filling it with ice. I went back to find her body shivering with her temperature now high. She was shaking. Whatever drug Gia put in the drink, it seems dangerous. My mind is going crazy, trying to find a way to calm her down and not for me to invade her privacy by taking off her clothes. Randomly, I grab a girl who was to have sex with one of my friends in the room next to mine. 1 minute to remove her clothes and put this on her, I demand, handing her my black shirt. She was about to protest, but I gave her a threatening look. Fine, now turn around. She works behind my back. Done. I look at my wristwatch. It wasn't even a minute. Rapidly, I move her aside and carry Addasah, who was in a shirt, only to the tub. Thank you would be nice, I heard her call after me. I watch as she whimpers before her body temperature calmed down, and she was back to normal. I dial my private doctor's number. Amber, I need you here at my private house urgently. Then I hang up the phone. A few minutes later, my room door is open, and Amber came inside. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, but I just need you to check and change someone for me. I show her the way to my bathroom. She took a peek inside and she went shocked. What did you do to Lyndon's daughter? I push her inside. Someone spikes the drink she drank, and I just happened to help her. I don't know what drug was in the drink, so I just did the only thing I know it could calm her down. Amber moves to touch her forehead, then her pulse. I need her to change first. I handed her the towel with a pair of jeans that belonged to my ex-fling, not Quinn, and my black polo shirt. She ushered for me to move out of there, and when she's done, I carried her back to the bed. Amber took her blood test and did a final checkup before she came and stood beside me. Thank you for saving her. Mia would be very grateful to you for helping her daughter. Amber pats me on the shoulder. She's beautiful, a rare beauty, don't you think? Rolling my eyes, I thank her and push her out of the room. The party isn't over yet, but I call Jace and Jay to finish it and let everyone go home. After hearing everyone's gone, I sat there watching her. Remembering I should have hated her, instead I help her. I couldn't believe I help our sworn enemy. I mumble to our links. Correction, you hate her, not me. That's your problem. You hate her all for nothing, Thunder says. I should have left her down there. Matt, it's not her fault that you two or we are paired together, so maybe you should stop with your revenge idea and love her instead. She's a victim here. It's not like she requested the moon goddess to pair you guys up. Thunder tries to knock some sense in me, but I am too stubborn to listen to my wolf. I don't care. I'm only helping her just like I would have helped other girls, so it doesn't mean I'll stop with my plans. Closing our links, I went and slept on the other side of the bed, watching her sleep. She's beautiful, I slap myself. What am I even thinking? Then I turn to the other side. As I say, I'm stubborn, so no, my plan still proceeds. Besides, this move could be helpful in my case. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong ceiling. I jump out of the bed, looking everywhere for my phone. Unfortunately, I can't see it. I hear the shower and I began to panic. Did I have sex last night? No, Alira replies in a boring way. How would you know? She shook her head. If you read erotic books like I do instead of your history, Cold War, etc., and have a little bit of research on it, you would know that when you lose your virginity, there could be bloodstain. I pull up the sheets, finding any source of blood, but there was nothing. You didn't let me finish, anyway. For the first timer I read, you should be sore, and since we're a werewolf, you shouldn't be able to walk. She pauses, then continues. In case you might ask about the werewolf part, I had an interesting talk with someone last night. She concludes, chuckling to herself and me again, trying to walk around if I'm sore yet. I don't feel any pain or anything at all. I put my hand on my chest, feeling relieved. Then why are we in different clothes? That, my dear, you have to ask Mateo. Since nothing happened to us, you should remember that you became drunk after taking a drink from Gia. I thought back last night and recall everything up to the part where Mateo helps me on the bed. One more thing, don't you dare take a drink again from someone that isn't yours. Allura close our link, and I heard the shower stop. I crept out of the room and rushes outside of the house towards the car, which still parks on the other side of the road. Going home late, I could see my parents' car in the front along with another car. I parked on the opposite side and moved quickly to go around the house. Lucky for me, a tree is near my room's window, so I rubbed my hands together before moving to climb on it. I was hanging by the window when a deep voice caught me off guard. Isn't it too late to sneak back into your room? Losing my hold on the window pane, I fell ready to hit the ground, but only to be held by someone in his arms. Awa, my hero. I dramatically faint in my head, which Allura just spit out in fake. Alpha Hernandez. He put me back on the ground gently. Oh my, he isn't giving me any cold shoulder like he did at our first encounter. Surprised to see me, he says with a smile, and did my legs just wobble? Nope, it was only in my head that I'm imagining those things. Alpha Dante Hernandez is one of the hottest guys, minus my mate that I've ever seen in my life, if you recall the way I drool over him before. Too bad he is my best friend's brother, and there's a code for us ladies that we could never break, or should I root for something forbidden? We walk around back to the front door. So hangover at a random party? He asks while his eyes are fixed ahead of us. No, it's the future Alpha, and his football team's after party, and a friend made me stay over. I know the last part was a lie. I wasn't hungover, but it's quite funny when I woke up looking at the wrong ceiling. We both laugh. I don't know why I am even explaining myself to him. Maybe it's because I don't feel awkward or weird, but quite comfortable with him. Even Allura isn't making any big fuss over it. We walk ahead and saw a car park on the opposite side of the road. Mateo got out of the car, crossed the road, and walked over to us. Hey, you forgot this. He handed me my cell phone. On my bed, he finishes, spelling out each word. Is that why you climbed the window this morning? Dante cough out loud, chuckling at me, while I just smile before retorting to Mateo. Oh, really? I thought I left it on your neighbor's bed. He narrows his eyes at me, and from the corner of my eyes, I saw Dante trying so hard not to laugh. Hello there, Alpha. It's good to see you. You too, Mateo. They just shook hands, men, I thought to myself. So what brings you here? He asks Dante again. I came to bring back my sister. His eyes move to Mateo, then back to me, and to see Addasah, as we have unfinished things to talk about. He stretches out, unfinished things. What do you mean unfinished? I could see Mateo gritting his teeth. His eyes were changing colors, and he was trying to control himself. Nothing to concern you, Dante folded his arms. Mateo snarled at him. I got him it. He tries to suppress his anger. Dante smirks. You don't need to be jealous, mate. Addasah is my sister's best friend, nothing else. We both look at him in surprise. We are not mates, we say in unison. Keep telling that to yourself, but don't worry, your secret is safe with me. I was to ask him how he knew, yet I never get the chance. The front door opens. My mom and dad came out with Cora behind them. Ada, you are grounded, she began to shout, yet once her eyes darted over Mateo, suddenly her tone changed. Oh, hello, Mateo. We are surprised to see you here. She smiles at him. He clears his throat. Hello there, Mrs. and Mr. Rumanoff. I just came to talk with Alpha Hernandez. Dante looked between the two of us. Right, his father is expecting me today. So Mateo and I have some things to discuss. I never thought of a day where a future Alpha made an Alpha lie smoothly. Wow, should I applaud? But that doesn't matter, as I'm safe. For now, given the way my mother looks at me. So you and Mateo? Cora asks, plopping on my bed after my mom scolded me when my unwanted guest of a mate and Dante left to go. There's no Mateo, and haven't you heard that he was here for your brother? I deadpan at her. She raised her hands in surrender. Okay. I sat beside her. In fact, I'm disappointed a little. She sat up straight, putting her hand on my shoulder. Anything happened? No, in fact, Gia was the reason I went to the game and after party. She frowned a little. Gia, she repeated, and I nod my head. I thought we're all friends here, but Jay. Jay, she repeated, why Jay? I took another breath. I don't believe what he says. He said Gia only used me so that she can sleep with Kevin and him. There was a pregnant pause. WTF did she do? Not even want to keep her waiting, so I told her everything. Up to the part where I saw someone in front of me before I black out. When I woke up again, Mateo appears in front of me even though it was blurry. Then that's all I remembered, nothing more. I finish and Cora quickly stood up. Where are you going? I'm going to talk to her. She moves towards the door. Cora, not now. I just want to be alone now. Still, she opens the door. Speak of the devil, she said, folding her arms. I look past her to find Gia with her eyes all puffy and red. Who let you in? Cora started. You got the nerve to come here after what you did to her. She accusingly points her finger, and Gia started to sob. I move between the two of them. Gia, Cora, please, not now. I am tired, and I don't want my parents to hear this. Please, Addie, Cora, just let me explain, she sobs. She's my friend, and I know what she did was wrong, but at least give her a chance to explain herself. She did make an effort by coming here to my home, so why not hear her out? Come in. I closed the door behind them. Gia got on her knees before me. Gia, to be honest, I don't like seeing this. Please forgive me, and I am so sorry. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't used to my friend being like this. I'm her best friend, and doing this to her will also cause me guilt. So I got on my knees to hug her. Cora just rolls her eyes. It's all right, Gia, it's all right. I helped her up, sitting her on the chair. I know what I did was wrong, but I promise you it wasn't my intention to hurt you, she sniffles. I thought Jay likes me, she started. I miss out on school because I was hanging with Jay and his friends. Cora handed her a tissue. I lied to my parents that I went to Cora's pack for our project. Cora furrows her brows. Why? I don't know. I guess when your crush takes notice of you. Suddenly it felt like I won a 1 billion lottery. Cora and I nod in understanding that all girls aren't the same. Some of us fall easily, some who are calculative, and some who are tough. You just name other types. You know, indeed, even when we're half creatures, we are still humans with feelings too. It doesn't give you the right to do that to her. Yes, I know that, and that's why I am here. I was hurt when Eid. She tries to wipe off her tear. What about Eid? I ask her. He's my mate. I didn't know until he told me so. I didn't believe him, but the sparks I felt and this weird feeling inside confirm he was right. He wanted to reject me because of Jay. Cora moved, grabbed a tissue, and handed it to Gia. Yes, she hasn't turned 18 yet, as 3 more months to go, and then she'll be able to scent him, and her wolf hasn't matured either. She pauses with a heavy sigh before continuing. I didn't want to bring you to the after party, but seeing you and Eid hurts me after he lashes out at me calling me names, and I guess I wanted to hurt you in the same way. So Jay asks to bring you. If not, then I won't sleep with him, so I thought why not, it could be perfect revenge to Eid, she sobs. I remember there was a time during the half quarter of the game that Gia and Eid have been gone for too long from the bleachers. I'm sorry, and I swear I didn't genuinely mean it. I'm also sorry for telling Mateo that he could fuck you now. You're drunk as your drink was being spiked. I was shocked to hear this about Mateo, but he kind of chokes me in hearing those words, she added, and even more, I'm speechless. I started to say that he has no right to choke her, and to think why he would, the bloody ass care indeed. Gia cut me off immediately. She looks up at me. You know the drink wasn't for you. It was supposed to be Jake. I hate him when I heard him telling you of what I did. So I spike his drink as I want to tie him up naked on the street to cause shame. I didn't know how to feel, whether to tell her fuck off and go to tell her we're not friends anymore, or should I just put up with it. My fist clenching at the same time, I was more than hurt. Gia, I thank you for you being forthcoming, but I need time to think about all of this. I know it's not just my friend I need time from. I also need more time from Mateo, as he's kind of confusing me now with his new attitude. Please, Gia, what you did was unforgivable, but I don't blame you for the drink as it wasn't your true intentions. But what you say to those guys and Mateo hurt me the most. I try to not cry. Yet, for the sake of our long-term friendship, I'll see past through it, and I forgive you. I smile at her. I do forgive you, but I need time, not just from our friendship, but some things are going on in my life. I'll tell you guys all about it when I'm ready. Cora and Gia both exchanged looks, but I try not to. She nods in understanding before crushing me into a hug along with Cora. They left my room afterward, and I sat there on my bed, feeling another heavy load uplifted from my chest. I bluff sitting down on the chair. Anyone has an idea for our last year senior prom? Janice excitedly announces it to the 10th of us leaders and her bitch vice head girl. Our vice head girl Maria just nods with a grin. Ladies, any ideas? She said, looking around, then her eyes settled on me. Addasah. She pats her lashes together while her big smile remains. Not even interesting in anything, I replied bluntly, Enchanted Forest, or Moulin Rouge. Are you kidding me? You only get to choose one. She dramatically waves her hand around. Then Enchanted Forest, to celebrate the nature and our kind, I say with bored. Seriously, Ada Allura says through our link, but I was too tired to put in much effort for this. Some girls love and couldn't wait for prom, but I am not looking forward to anything. I just want to finish school and live my life peacefully, that's all. So masquerade, I groaned when Maria proudly announced it. Problem, Addasah. She rested her hands on the desk. Yeah, actually there is, you, I pointed to her. Shouldn't ask for our opinions when all along you already have made up your mind. Next time don't waste our breath and energy. I collect my bag from the ground, then push back my chair standing up. Where do you think you're going? She asks. If you notice the time, I have a class to go to. I threw my bag over my shoulder and walk out of there. I walk out of the hall, then to the hallway, dropping by my locker and grabbed my English notes, then head straight to class. I haven't seen Gia again today, and yes, it has been a week now since the party and our conversation in my room. Maybe she's hiding from me, I thought to myself, but I am glad I didn't run into her. It would be as awkward as ever. I am still taking my meditation periods. Cora is always around, but she's also busy as they are practicing for the Cheers Champ end of the year competition. I am also glad I didn't encounter Mateo and his friends again. I took a desk at the back, making some of our classmates' head snaps in my way, as it was unusual for me to do this, but who cares? We waited for 30 minutes, but the teacher never showed up. I was to stand up to go. The door opens, and the teacher finally came inside, and it is a surprise to see that he isn't here alone. I felt like disappearing when behind her follows 10 students from Bilford College, and in that 10, there we have the future alpha and his future beta along with their other 3 friends. Since our school is for girls only, I take a look around and find most of them poking each other on the legs under the desk. The others were fixing their uniform, while some just sat there blushing at the teen boys. I sat back down as the teacher made some notes, but I was long gone to hear it. I didn't even listen to her or hear the reason why these boys are here and their intro. Someone moves in front of me, then sat down before me. I knew who it was, but I fixed my eyes to the wall beside me. Hi, his voice so deep and hoarse greeted me. So you just going to stare at the wall all day? I never reply and remain silent. Another figure sat opposite him on the other side. It's good to see you, Addasah, I heard Jay, but I focus on the wall, and I am not surprised if he knows my name. I felt tingles on my chin, then it was held, and his hand delicately turned it towards him. Every time I see those green eyes, I always felt drawn into them. You're ignoring me. Shouldn't you be grateful to the one who saved you? He whispers, and I push away his finger from my chin, glaring at him. He can't just hold that against me. Is there something you two would like to discuss? Our teacher put down her chalk and folded her arms. Nope. Yes, we both say at the same time. I glare at him, then smile at the teacher. I didn't get to say no again, as Mr. Self-Proclaimed proudly says to our teacher yes. Ms. I am trying to help her, but she just doesn't seem to need help from us. His hands rested on his chest, pretending to be hurt. The college students. Again, I glare at him. It is not true. I defended myself, but Jay, the motherfucker, raised his hand and told the teacher that Mateo was telling the truth. She readjusts her glasses and looks me up through them. MS, Rumanoff, take this to the principal office. She handed out the paper, waiting for me to come and get it. I stood there speechless. Unbelievable, I mutter, grabbing my bag from the ground. Asshole, I mutter to him before storming out of the class. The principal gave me a warning before sending me to go home, as English was my last subject of the day. I sat there under a tree near the gate after school, waiting for Cora to finish her cheer practice so that we could go home together. At the same time, I was hopping not to see the asshole. In fact, hopelessly he's around. He was sitting under another tree facing me while his friends surrounded him with Maria, Janice along other girls surrounding them. Turning away from him, I saw Quinn jumping into Kevin's car, and they went home. It was a shock to everyone when they find out Quinn and Mateo were no longer a thing, which I am not interested in any of the gossip. Looking up at the sky, I whisper to the moon goddess, asking when will I stop meeting and seeing these people in my life. Maybe my parents sending me to my grandmother this weekend was the right thing to do. Cora dropped her bags beside me on the ground. I heard from your parents that you are going to your grandma's house over the weekend. I uprooted some grass and threw it before me randomly. Yeah, I deadpan at her. What's with the face? Don't you like visiting your grandma? No, I would love to, but it's kind of far, and I am going by train since my parents are pretty busy. I stood up from the ground, dusting off the dirt from my uniform, then sling my bag over my shoulder. OHHH, I didn't know they could be on our campus. I look to where she's looking and find Mateo laughing at something Jay says. Yeah, our English teacher brought them on campus. Something to do with knowledge exchange or something to do with our preparation for college or college we go to. It's almost the end of the school year, and she just brought them for what I wonder. Cora nodded her head in amusing. That is strange. Usually every year we do not allow any male students on our compound, but interesting to see we are accepting their help. I shrug my shoulders. Come on, let's go. I have to go before I miss the train to my grandma's pack, and you have your cheer to get ready to. She huffed. Yeah, I wish I could go with you, but our cheer camp is this weekend, she said, walking beside me, making our way to the bus. We made it home, and Cora went straight to prepare for her camp cheer. When it's 6, a car stopped in front of the house. Cora, Janice is here. She quickly runs down from the stairs, hugging me, then continues to go. Have fun, I call after her. What are you, a mom? Allura says through our link, and I shut her up. I was almost done with packing when a knock was heard on the door. It was strange because I didn't expect any other visitors. The last bus around here is 7, and the last train to my grandmother's pack is 8 p.m. Quickly I threw in my last clothes, zipped my suitcase, and pull it with me downstairs. I left it in the doorway and went to look through the doorbell hole and saw Gia standing outside. Hey. I awkwardly wave my hand to her after opening the door. She looks behind me and saw my suitcase. You're going somewhere today, she asks. Yeah, I have to visit my grandma. The door was still open ajar. Would you like to come in? She was hesitating for a moment. I probably shouldn't, you have somewhere to go. She wipes her hands on her skirt. I take a look back and saw my dad's first car keys hanging on the wall near where he usually leaves other keys to. His 1969 Dodge Charger along with his old pickup keys are hanging there. An idea forms in my head, and Allura warns me that my father wouldn't approve. She also reminds me of my mother's last warning if I am ever to be driving the car without a license, but I ignore her. It's okay, I'll use my dad's car. Now come in. And so we talk for while catching up on things. She has apologized again for her behavior, but I told her it's all in the past. When it was time for her to leave, I saw the time. It was 9:00 p.m. Are you sure you can use your dad's car? I nodded my head. Yup. You know Evan can drop you. I cut her off. I said I am sure, and besides I want to take my time. Gia stood there at the door folding her arms. Then, what if the authority finds you? What would you do? I'll show them my teeth, and I flash a smile to her. Her jaw drops in awe. You know that they ticket us, and it's double the amount the humans ticket their people. Being too sure, I say. As I say, I'm going to show them my teeth. She furrows, What's wrong with my teeth? I ask, and she nodded her head, throwing up her hands in defeat. Fine, you and your sarcastic way, but remember to be careful. She hugs me, and I bid her goodbye. I load my stuff in the car, taking a breath in before starting the engine. It has almost taken another hour to decide which car to be used, and I ended up using the pickup. It would lessen my punishment when I come back, and I drove off to my grandmother's. I was almost out of our territory when I hear the authorities' car calling me to pull over. Cursing to myself, I pull over with Allura sarcastically remarks through our link. Now show them your teeth and see where it takes us. The guard came to my window demanding, License, Ms. I grin widely. Wait right up. I pretend to look for it, then act to be surprised, holding my chest. Oh my, I am sorry, sir, but I think I left mine at home. The shithead didn't give me a chance. Miss, please get out of the car. But sir, he pulls out handcuff links. Ms., get out of the car. Fine, gosh. I went out, and immediately he handcuffed me. Well, did your teeth save you then? Allura says in my head. Shut up, I growl, but she was full-on teasing me. I'm sorry, but did your teeth save you? She laughs out loud. The guard presses me hard against the car, and I didn't like the way he closes himself to me. It was like he was pressing himself together with mine. He turns me around, and again he almost pressed his front to mine. I was to call it out when I saw another light. A car stops near us. The guard still held my hands. This time he presses my front against the pickup. The car door opens, and again I am faced with the alpha to be. Mateo, great, I thought to myself. He sneers at the guard before looking at me, and somehow I get this weird feeling like I don't know, but it's weird. I think I am falling right now. Don't know if it's from him or the guard not giving me a space to breathe. Mateo's pav. I'm pretty sure this is her first time doing it. I glance in her direction. The guard was telling me that he found her with drugs, and I cannot believe the fucker was lying about her on drugs. How dare he do that? Thunder growls, but I try to control myself. I didn't want her to know that this guard isn't a guard, yet he's a newbie on training. How do I know this? Because I train our pack members guard. She probably doesn't know, because she has never been to our pack's activities, and never has met a lot of people. To be honest, I was disgusted when I saw the motherfucker pressing her against the car. She may not know this, but from a guy's point of view, the fucker was trying to press his thing against her ass. He was harassing her instead of handcuffing her as a guard. Thunder, in seeing it and being possessive all of a sudden, only wants one thing, and that is to kill him, but I was full-on control, refraining him from doing it in front of her. She was lucky that we happened to pass by on our way back from my cousin's pack, the Moonbridge, and it seems like her destination is either at my cousin's pack or Eric's. I could have just still gone on, but the moment I saw the hair and the shape of her body, that's how I get my suspicion. It was her, and yes, it was confirmed when I stopped the car to save her. He was lying. I am not on drugs, and there wasn't anything in my car, she almost shouted, defending herself. Ms., I saw you, the guard lies, but she almost jumps right there, ripping out his head if it wasn't for me holding her back. You fucking liar, I'll kill you. I pull her back to my chest. Okay, enough, I growl loud. Damn, she smells so good, I thought aside. I get a good grip of her. So where are you heading tonight? I ask out of nowhere. To my grandmother's. Is it far? She nodded her head yes. Very well, you can go now. I'll handle this from here. I told her, and without arguing the guard stood aside, and Addasah walks back to her car. My eyes never left her back, then she stops before I could ask what was wrong. She abruptly turned. Mateo. Fuck me. is what I am thinking now and repeatedly chanted in my head, and I know full well that Thunder is smirking at me. Damn, the way she smiles is fucking beautiful, and those white teeth of her. Not forgetting the way she just said my name. Damn it! I love Quinn, and this woman in front of me is my regret, yet why do I strangely feel this way now? There was no hate here, but I kind of wanted to hold her and truly gave her a chance. She started her car, pulling it on the road, waving me goodbye, and stupidly I wave back at her like an idiot. Once her car is gone from my view, I growl, turning back and pinning the guard towards the nearby tree. My claws extend and dig into his flesh. The guard begs me there to let him go, but I was not having it as Thunder was taking control of me now. How many? My eyes widen as I watch my wolf from the back of our mind, growling fiercely at the guard, while his hold tightens and the guard struggled to breathe. Also, I am a bit confused about his question. How many? Thunder repeated. 20. Again, I'm confused, and before I took control, Thunder crushes the guard's head on the ground, lifting his body, then threw him on the other side. His bone cracks, the guard is shifting into his wolf, but Thunder didn't give him a chance to. He got to him like a lightning, and before I could try to fight for control, he chokes him, and our right hands with claws went straight into his flesh, cutting up his skin deeply as we reached for his heart. The guard still struggled to breathe, but Thunder smiles with sinister. He grips it a little, making the guard scream and pant uncontrollably under our mercy. Then he did something out of my knowledge. He forces the guard to look at him, forcing his way into his mind. Flashes memories of the fucker, rapping 3 college students on the roadside, and he also molested 4 high school students, keeps on replaying before us. Others were brutally murdered, and some were being raped at parties. I remember these cases. The culprit was never found, and the victims always withdrew their cases. Now I know the guy is a psycho and is dangerous. Then the last one appeared. It was Addasah. The fucker was stalking her after the game, then tries to rape her at the party if it wasn't for me. I am stunned right now, knowing now he was the one whom I beat up. He has been stalking her, and tonight wasn't a coincidence. He knows where she was heading, and he was using his status to get her. Thunder growls, withdrawing his hand from his heart before beating him up badly. He lies there on the ground, is still not dead as he was breathing. Thunder sat on his hunches, and without another word, he reaches for his heart again, crushing it before growling, ripping it out. He gave me back control, and I stood there bathed in the guard's blood. I never knew this side of Thunder, and I know I have to keep him in control. Tonight, we just murder someone without handing him over to our laws department. Rapidly, I run looking for a pool which I found not far off from this place. I bath in it, washing off his blood. I then call my father on the matter, in which he says he'll do it, at least the monster has gone. Yet even though the guard was a monster for rapping, molesting, etc., but tonight another monster was born, and it was none other than me. I don't fully blame Thunder, as his being out of control was somehow my fault too. Instead of continuing my way back home, I turn around and go back to the Moonbridge's territory. My phone's alarm kept on ringing, and lazily I buried my head down the pillow. I was too tired to reach for my phone to turn it off. Suddenly the ringing went off, and I felt something sting my arm, making me wince. I woke up in alarm, rubbing my arm in pain. My eyes were now fully open, and my grandma stood there beside my bed with her bamboo massager back scratcher stick and a phone in her other hand. Grandma. I cry out, rubbing my arm. She is talking on the phone, which is on the loudspeaker, and the tone of the person on the phone isn't welcoming. Of course, it was my mother. Shouting over the phone, not towards my grandma but me. Calling out every punishment she would do to me for stealing my dad's car and driving without a license. So practically after Mateo helped me with the guard last night, I came straight to my grandmother's house. She wasn't here, but since I know where she usually keeps the key when I was young, I try my luck, and it worked. My grandmother didn't know the time. I came home as she wasn't at home, but she knew I was coming. Grandma, I pouted, don't grandma me. She raised her voice, making me flinch. Turning off the phone, "I love you, Grandma." I went up, hugging her. "You liar." She tries to push me away, but I hug her tight. "Best grandma ever." She hugs me back. "You have grown up, and I am impressed. You're more like your father except for the hair and attitude." She smiles. "It's been such a long time." I could see her tears about to fall, and I hug her tightly. "Oh, Grandma," I gush. "You know if I have a license, I won't miss coming here to see you." She nodded her head. "Youngsters nowadays, you should use your legs to get here. Don't you have a werewolf gift?" "You mean the rogues or hunters might kill me before I get here?" Her eyes roll up. "Young lady, you need to be brave. Now get yourself clean and be downstairs for breakfast. We have a lot to do today." I groan at that. Stumbling my way down after the shower, I saw my grandma by the dining table with food already spread out on the table. I miss your cooking." I quickly run towards her, hugging her from the back. "Oh, silly, now settle down and eat." I sat down, smiling, then took in the most delicious smell of different food before devouring it. "Oh, dear Grandma, you should have warned me. Now I'm getting fat," I said, rubbing my full stomach. My grandma whacks me at the back of my head. "Grandma. So what if you get fat? Eat and live is most important here in my home. Size doesn't matter, dear. You need to appreciate whatever body you have." I sigh. "I was just kidding." "You better be, kid." My grandma is one typical woman. Don't even complain about your face, body weight, height, or hair in front of her. She would give you one hell of a lecture on your life. Trust me, when I was young, this kid pulls my hair and says it was ugly. So I went home and told my grandma, and you wouldn't believe what she did. She lectures a 7-year-old kid on the basics of life, and then drags me to the kid's house and points him out in front of his mother, then gave him a warning. I helped her clean up the table and the dishes. After I was done and was about to sit on the couch to relax, my grandma told me to move some stuff she packs in the basement. She directed me to a room down the hallway, and what got me a frown was the pile of boxes and blankets. "Grandma," I shouted back the hallway, my voice echoing throughout the house, and she replies, "Don't grandma me." After moving unwanted things in the basement, I rested upon a window, wiping my sweat. I swear if I wasn't a werewolf, I don't think I'll be able to move everything. I take a look outside, my eyes moving up to see our neighbor's house, and I went ooh when my eyes rest on a window. Oh my, I shouldn't have seen it, but damn, my eyes met with abs. If this is an onset scene of werewolf neighbors falling for the guy next door, then I would say this is the perfect moment to capture the scene. If only the directors and the crew are present, then I would have been the actress, as the scene is remarkable. Luckily, I am not seeing anything else except those abs, and I am grateful he can't see me. "Perv," Allura calls me out, but nah, it wasn't my fault that I am seeing it. "Addasah," my grandma called me from the stairs, and I quickly got up and ran out of there. "Yes, Grandmama." I jog over to her, and only to be met with a visitor in the house. He was quite handsome, his dirty blonde hair neatly in a modern comb haircut, and he was quite tall. "Addasah, please meet our alpha Aaron Reed." He extends his hand, and I shook it in return. "He also lives next door," she says, walking back to the kitchen, leaving me alone with the handsome alpha. It was weird. We were both silent, and he didn't seem like the type of guy who likes to converse with anyone. "Addasah," my grandma came back from the kitchen with a pie in her hand, breaking the silence in the room. "Please take this next door, and also invite him over for lunch." I became confused since the alpha is here. Then why would I need to bring this over? She pushes me towards the door, and in the next minute, I was in front of the porch ringing the doorbell. I almost ran out of patience when it finally opens, and oh, those familiar abs again. My grandma's neighbors are so hot yet. No way. I scream through my links with Allura licking her lips seductively. Oh my, and no way. Those abs, if only it belongs to another male wolf, yet it only belongs to none other than the green-eyed jerk. We look at each other with surprise, and I am wondering why the hell he is doing here in another territory. Does he have to be everywhere I go? I know I should be grateful for last night, but seriously, why the hell is he here? His presence is making me feel giddy. Like right here, I never blushed in front of any guy, but now I could feel the heat burning my cheeks while Allura drools over him. "What are you doing here?" he asks, bringing me back to reality, and just remembers I was supposed to give him the pie. I put it high in front of me. "My grandma wants me to give you this." He squints his brows, then looks at the pie in my hands. He took a sniff, then a smile blaster on his face. "Wait, your grandma is Nana Gloria," he exclaimed while I furrow my brow. Why would he call my grandma his Nana? He immediately took it from my hands excitedly. "Come on in." Wow, again I am surprised. He invited me inside without going all Hulk on me. "Should I go inside or not?" I ask Allura, and she quickly replies, "Just get your ass in, he's your mate, and besides, didn't he save you from the guard last night?" He looks back for me, and I took a step inside. The place was quite big, and I felt comfy in there, my eyes darting around towards the photos and paintings on the wall. I followed him towards the kitchen and stood by the door. I clear my throat. "So what are you doing here?" I ask him. He immediately put the pie on the table and went through the kitchen cardboard. He fetched forks, handing me one, and I nodded my head no. "So are you going to answer me or not?" I try again, hoping he would answer this time. I am seriously curious about why he was here. "I am here to visit my cousin," he retorted. Then it hit me his cousin must be the Alpha, as this house is my grandma's only neighbor. My grandmother's house is located at the end of this pack after the Alpha's house. "Thank you for saving me last night from the guard and also in the previous event," I blurted, sitting down on a chair opposite him. I watch him while he eats, not minding me in front of him. It makes me wonder what it would feel like to date my mate or any other guy. This is so weird. I remember he couldn't stand my sight in front of me, as Quinn was the girl he announced he loved. Yet here we are sitting opposite from one another without arguing. Nervously, I push back my chair. "I have to go now, and before I forgot, my grandma has also invited you over for lunch today." He immediately put down his fork, then moves to clean up everything. "Then wait for me, I am coming." He moves quickly around, then he grabs a shirt from the couch and puts it on. "Shall we?" He opens the door for me. "Lady first." Rolling my eyes, I push him out of the way and made my way out. "You know, I heard a scream in the morning, but never thought it could belong to you," he says while walking beside me. I didn't know walking back to my grandma's house would seem to be forever, and all I want is to get there as soon as possible. "So, and you never thought to come help? I mean, what if it's another way?" He smirks, showing off his dimples, which I forgot it's existed. "Trust me, Nana Gloria's voice in the morning was enough to know that there's no danger there." I huff. "What?" He looks at me questioningly. "You call my grandma your Nana," I pointed out to him. "She's not your Nana, but mine grandma alone. Call me selfish, but you go find yourself a Nana." I sneer at him. He stops, ouch. He puts his hands to his chest. "I will tell Nana Gloria that you just hurt my feelings." I let out a groan, and that made him smile. "Are you two just going to stand there all day, or you're coming?" We both turn to find my grandma and Alpha Reed on the porch. They are sitting there with a table already been set with food. Mateo winks back at me and rushed towards the house. I watch as he pulls my grandma into a tight hug, kissing her on the cheek. He then handed her something from his pocket. "That's odd. Why didn't I see that?" "Obviously, you were ogling at him. That's why you didn't see anything," Allura retorted. It was so weird watching him with my grandma. It's funny my mate is my enemy in his book, but clearly he seems to know my grandma well. "Honey, are you okay?" I snap back to reality. "Yeah, I am grandma," and I walked towards the house, then sat on the chair nearby. "Isn't this lovely, Addasah?" "It is grandma." She pulls me to her chest, combing my hair with her fingers. "So, Alpha, are you ready for tomorrow's ceremony?" Aaron nodded his way, a bit nervous. Mateo suddenly whistles. "Oh boy, are you sure you want your Luna to be seen naked by everybody?" I heard him, and Aaron frown, a little rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I look at my grandma, with interest, on why the Luna would be naked in front of everyone. Not everyone, just Nana Gloria, 2 Omegas and another elderly woman, he nervously says. Not forgetting you too as our witness. That caught my attention. Why am I being included as a witness? I ask my grandma straight away instead of Aaron. Oh dear. Our tradition here, in every mating ceremony of the Alpha and his Luna, the pack should be present along with witnesses from other packs' high-ranking people. In fact, due to Alpha's requests, therefore, we only let a few attend, and since you two are here, we don't need other witnesses. I exchange look with Mateo. Grandma, are you saying I'm going to see him? I pointed to Aaron, and his Luna intimately involved. She nodded her head. Allura didn't sit still in hearing this. Oh, wow, you're going to see some porno bitch, she wags her tail. In case you still wonder, pornography is the word baby, she added. Pornography, I mutter, pulling away from my grandma's hold and seeing his eyes and Aaron staring back at me. Dear, did you just say? My grandma started. Pornography, Mateo intercepted. My grandmother looked at me, and I swear I want to kill Allura for saying out that word to me. I mean, I never bother or came across the word not until this wolf of mine told me. Now I am more embarrassed, as the words seem to be bad given these three's reactions. Allura then quickly explained to me the meaning of the word makes my eyes go wide, clamping my hands to my mouth. Damn it, Allura. I curse her through our links, and she just snickers at my dismay. I quickly changed the subject. Grandma, do you realize I am 18? Again, she nodded her head. Oh dear, first off, it's not pornography, it's called mating, and eventually you will do it with your mate one day. It may not be in front of everyone, but behind closed doors, she explained. Oh no, kill me now, as my mate is standing right next to you, I scream inside my head. My grandma smiled and gave me a wink. This is so awkward, I thought to myself, avoiding eye contact with Mateo and Aaron. I just can't believe I'm having this conversation in front of my mate and his cousin. After lunch, I told my grandma straight away that I do not want to go, but she insisted I should be there. So I hope for it not to happen on the next day, unfortunately, when morning comes, and the day went so quickly, and the night came. Here I am right in front of the audience on the other side, near the bed made for the Alpha and his Luna. It was beautifully decorated, and everything looks amazing with that candlelight lit around the bed. I was dreadfully nervous, like seriously. My grandma explained to me yesterday that this was normal in our world. Somehow I would get to that stage someday. The Alpha enters with his Luna, who was in lingerie. He leads her towards the bed, both smiling at one another. I look around, looking for Mateo, but he wasn't there, so I continued to look somewhere else instead of the two. I heard a growl by Aaron with his hands possessively secure around his mate. I try not to look at the two while shifting around my chair uncomfortably, hoping it would finish soon, but no, it wasn't. Moaning and whispering echo throughout the room. Then a scream escapes from Luna's lips before it turns into grunts and more moaning. I turn up, and what I saw is something I have never seen before my eyes. The Luna arches her back, her hands on his shoulder, while the Alpha is burying his head between her breast, going back and forth. I quickly divert my gaze to the other side, and that's when I see him. He was relaxed back to his chair, with his eyes fixed on my face. This moment between us felt so different, like I felt the pull between us. It's like I wanted so badly to be there with him, instead of this distance between us. When the mating was finally over, I walked back home by myself. Now I couldn't get the last image out of my poor innocent head. I keep on slapping my cheeks lightly with both hands on my way home. Since my grandma is one of the elders in the pack, so she stays behind for the final blessings of the Alpha and the Luna. Hey, let me walk you home. I turn to find a guy whom I knew nothing of running up to me. Thanks for the offer, but I am fine. I quicken my steps, and the ass seems to be faster than me. Hey, he held back my arms, but was being manhandled by Mateo. You don't fucking get to touch her. The guy nodded his head, and he ran away. So you won't go straight back home all by yourself, or take an adventure with me around the pack? It's not your pack, he scratches his head. Yeah, it's my cousin's, and besides, here is like a second home. So what do you say? I stood there, thinking if this is right or not, but I ended up saying yes. Mateo took me around the pack like it was our own. He seems to know more about this pack. It was fun hanging out with him. He was completely different from when we were back in our territory. He ended up taking me to a cliff that oversees a beautiful waterfall and the forest. We talk for a while, not about pack stuff or us being mates, but about my high school stuff and his college experiences. When it began to get chill, he stood up from beside me. Come on, it's time to get you home now, I heard him, but I just want to take in the beautiful view one last time. You're still thinking, he says again. Huh. You still couldn't get past the pour. He didn't quite finish as I took him by surprise and kick his jewel. He groans in pain. What was that for? I bit my lip saying, for a lot of things, Mateo, especially you. I pointed at him, ruining my moment with the view. Oh, one more thing, it's mating, not that P word. I say and ran while laughing with him, chasing me back home. Oh, what a night, I smiled to myself. Bye, Grandma. I hug her tightly. I am so gonna miss you. We both whisper to each other before getting into the car and making our way home. This weekend was one of the best, as I enjoy every moment of it with my grandma and Mateo. I know, but we did have fun together without being mate, but just neighbor. My grandma told me he left early for our pack. Ever since that night, I kick his balls. Mateo never made a snide comment, but he always teases me about the P word and mating. The music was in high volume, making me groove to it. The rain suddenly starts to pour, and I kind of speed up the car. Everything was okay, not until I take a look at my phone, as its notification showed that it is shutting down soon. I turn up to find a figure standing in the middle of the road with a hooded cloak. It was like what those monks back in the days wore, making my car stop all of the sudden. The loud screeching of the flats was heard, and my head almost hit the steering wheel. I took a deep breath and turned up to find nothing at all. I felt goosebumps on my skin, and my back hair stood up. My car shook as if something or someone is making its moves. Then I look through the rear-view mirror to check and find nothing. My heart kept hammering in a quick beat, while my wolf Allura keeps on growling through our links. It stops all of a sudden, even the rain that was heavily poured. Shaking away my fear, I try to start the ignition, but it won't start. I start it again and again, yet it still doesn't work. I can't believe my car broke down in the middle of the main road, and there was no sign of any other cars around. My phone battery died, and I have no other way of communication. Just a silent prayer not to encounter with the rogues or any other hunters, or even the person I thought I've seen minutes ago. I sat there in the car, waiting for a miracle to happen. Closing my eyes with my fingers tapping on the steering wheel, Allura keeps telling me to run back home, but I can't risk being in danger. I'm far from home now, and what just happened earlier still gives me bad vibes. Tad tad. A knock on my window made me almost jump. I look outside worried and found my crazy mate standing there. He waves at me, and I roll down the window, need help. I want to refuse, but now is not a good time. Mateo is my only option, and I wonder what he was doing here. I thought he left earlier for our territory. My car broke down, I told him, and opened up the door to get out. He opens the hood, checking the engine. Can you start it again? He calls me and went to start it, but it won't. He bends down, then back up, closing the hood. You need to cool the engine. For how long? Let's just say 2 hours. Sighing, I went and sat on the car hood. He scoots me over and sat next to me. So why are you here? I ask. I was on my way back home. I thought you left earlier, he sighs. There was an attack on Aaron's pack near their border, and when I came back, your grandma says you just left. I have to find you cause the vamps were heading this way. That made me shiver. Mateo saw, and suddenly he was close to me as I fold my arms. I think they did pass me. I saw a person in a cloak in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but now I know it wasn't. I try to wipe the sweat off my hands, and seeing this, he took my hands into his warm ones. Glad I did arrive on time then. I nodded my head in agreement. We sat there for another minute, then we both turn at the same time, facing each other. It was supposed to be weird, but his eyes, his body, and his soul is drawing me more, like luring me towards him. He moves into my way. I am surprised that he wasn't the only one making a move. Our lips met, and what I felt made both of us pull each other closer, wanting for more. It was like we're both magnets that, when they pull together, it was hard to separate. He hovers above me, settling between my legs while his right hand hoists up my waist close to his hard body. His left hand holding my head while he continuously devours me with his kisses, or should I say, his mouth is the death of me now. We pull away for air, both heavily breathing. His nose nuzzled against my nose while he smiles. So would you please give us a chance to be mates? I didn't expect for us to kiss in the middle of the road on my dad's car hood and for him to push his luck. I felt Allura growing nervously through our links as she waited for my answer to him. We never really talk about it back at the Moonbridge. He brought it up once, but I quickly dismissed the idea, and now he's asking me again. I look into his eyes just to see if what he says is a lie, but all I could see is his sincerity. I caressed his cheek. Yes, I would love that, Mateo, Allura howled with joy. As for the big bad future alpha, he kisses me one more time before pulling me into a hug. As much I wanted to take you here right now, but I haven't asked you on a proper date yet, or even officially take you on one yet. I laugh and playfully push him away. Come on, I'll take you home. He pulls me again towards him and kisses me one more time before he took me home. We have used tow straps to tow my dad's car back home by using his car. I dropped Addasah back home, then kissed her and went back to the pack house. My father has linked me that he needed me in his office. When I arrived there, one of our Omgala greeted me. She is an elderly woman who has always been handling our family's affairs, like looking after the other Omegas and ensuring that the pack house remains good. Your father is in the dungeon. I look at her skeptically. Urgent matter, she smiles. I walk away from the pack house and made my way to our prison, then down the dungeons where only the rogues and other wolves with high criminal profiles are kept. The guards let me through. Father, he turns to me with a bloody fist. I look behind him and found a bloody man on the ground, tied towards the wall with a silver chain. He motions to our top warrior, none other than Addasah's father. Lyndon. I greeted him, and he moves to hand the white towel to my father, who uses it to wipe the blood on his hands. The man's head slowly snaps up his head, looking towards Lyndon. Then he smirks deviously. Never thought I could see you again, old friend. He spits out blood while Lyndon stood there, not even moving or having any reaction towards the man. I met your daughter today, he laughs. Such a beauty, right, Matt boy? I stood shocked. How could he know my name? I wanted to kill him, but I remained my composure. Besides, I was too shocked. The man continues to talk while I just stood there in shock, hopping. Then he wouldn't mention me and her. And a waste, he continues. Not you get, he didn't quite finish as Lyndon's fists collided with his jaw. Motherfuck, he curses at Lyndon. You can approach everyone else, but not my daughter or my wife, Lyndon threatens, and then he walks out of there. My father turns aside to other guards. Make sure he doesn't leave this place. Yes, Alpha. I follow behind my father without saying anything until we reach his office. About the guard who kills, molests, and rapes girls, it seems like everyone has come forward now and tell the truth. He was threatening every victim's family as most of them are Omegas, my father explains. Great job, son. The man deserves to die for his crimes. Yet I'm impressed you got him before he rapes the girl. Yes, I have explained to him why I did. What I did with the hope he won't ask about the girl I saved that night, but he did. Who was she? He put his hands on the table. Not quite familiar with her, was my only answer. Okay, in case I forgot the reason why I call you here, was I wanted you to act as an alpha on my behalf, while I and your mother will be away for 2 months. He has been planning for the both of them to have a vacation. So, are you ready to be one before your official ceremony? I am a father. He then dismisses me. Ah, Matteo. I stopped midway, turning to him. Is there something between you and Addasah? Nope, I lie, didn't want them to meddle in my life. Why? I ask with curiosity. Nothing, just don't get too close to her. I stood there in confusion. I wanted to ask further, but his phone rang, and he went to answer it. I went out of the office only to pump into Jay. Hey, how was your weekend? Remember how much I enjoyed being there. Those moments with Nana, Gloria, and Addasah, and not forgetting those lips on mine. Great. I widely grin like an idiot and move to walk on ahead. Wow, today was amazing. Thunder chuckles how we both enjoy our day with Addasah despite the rogue's attack on Aaron's pack and the man in the dungeon. Hey, you're home. Mom Sheena calls me from the kitchen. Yeah, I am. The smile never left my face. And before she could say anything else, I rush upstairs to my room. I open the door, then close behind me with a smile never left my face. It was strange to feel this way. I moved to the closet only to find the person I never expected to be in my room. Quinn. She stood there at the window, watching outside, but hid behind the curtains, as if she didn't want anyone to see her. Since our breakup, this is the first time I saw her again. We have been avoiding each other until now. Guess she's the first one to make the first move. Forgot to have explained things to her. Hearing me cough and the door closed, she turned around, and what I saw made me feel even more guilty. The love of my life is crying, and it's my entire fault. I was having a good time with Addasah forgetting about her, and how would she feel? Matteo, she whimpers, I don't think I can pretend anymore that everything is fine. Matteo, I love you so much, and I can't take this distance between us anymore. She broke down in her knees right in front of me. I can't move on. I don't want to break up with you. She shook her head, crying, and crawls to grab onto my leg, begging me down there. Please, Matteo, I can't live without you. She sobs out loudly. Suddenly, I felt this pang inside my chest. That's making me hard to breathe. I love Quinn, not Addasah. No, definitely not her. I kept on muttering in my head probably. I am also trying to convince myself. I look at her, and my heart broke there. Slowly, I got down on my knees right before her, pulling her into my arms. For the past few days, the only person who occupies my mind was Addasah, and I didn't think of anyone else when I was with her, not until now. Seeing Quinn like this makes me rethink everything. Right now, my heart remains with Quinn only and Addasah to be taken advantage of. So how did your weekend go? Cora came inside the living room. It was refreshing. I call after her while she settles down on the couch, dropping her bag on the floor. Any hotties? She types something on her phone, then wiggles her brow at me. No, there were no hotties at all. I kept myself busy around so that I won't look at her. I only get to spend time with my grandma with no boys. I lie, walking behind the counter, putting both of my hands on it. I am so happy that Cora or my parents weren't around when Matteo dropped me off. I never wanted any of them to find out about us, not right now. Changing the subject, as I was afraid she would find out if we continue to talk about my weekend, I ask her. How did the cheer thing go? She sighs. Well, fuck, Janice and Maria, we came third. Those stupid asses made us lose. She threw her hands up in frustration. How so? I asked with interest while she shook her head in disappointed. They changed our routine last minute, she said with a sigh. At that moment, I felt bad for my friend, as I wasn't surprised to hear this about those two. I remember when they went for the spelling bee our school lose before the competition, and this all because the school never chose the top English students, but the two bitches. The door opens, trying to find a corner or anywhere to hide, thinking it was my mom, yet it wasn't her. Dad. I excitedly skip over to him and gave him a big hug. I know my dad wouldn't lecture me for taking his car, and I never care to ask why he was home early because I am beyond excited that he is here as I hardly spend time with my parents, especially with my dad. He pulls away, then looks me over. My daughter seems so happy. He looked over to Cora, who snickered. To think again, you are right, Mr. Rumanoff. Your daughter seems to be glowing today, she said teasingly. I bet something happens over the weekend. We might as well call Grandma Gloria. She again wiggles her brows. Feeling embarrassed, I hit my dad lightly on the shoulder. Awa, come on, stop it, you two. Can't I be happy to be back with my parents and best friend? The door slams open, then closed, and Cora glances at the doorway, then at me, mouthing, trouble, before she announced loudly, glad to be whipped. I look at my dad. Mom, he murmurs, and I move behind him. We heard footsteps. 1, 2. I counted her footsteps in my head. 3. Addasah, she screams, almost shaking the whole house. She moved into the living room. Her eyes searched for me once she saw me behind my dad. Come here, and she walks to me. My dad shielded me. Get here, hurry up. I can say that my mom can be dramatic sometimes. Look, honey, can we not do this now? I'm home, and she's here now, and besides, her friend is here. Can you calm down and let us all have a nice day without drama? Yet my mom wouldn't have that. She chases me around my dad until I was on my knees with my hands in the air. Say you are very sorry, and you won't be doing it again 100 times. I kept on repeating, and my knees started to hurt when I reached 60. Stopped, she took a breather, and my dad moves to hug her. Fix dinner with Cora and set up the table. Without her repeating twice, I quickly got on my legs. I love you, Ma. I kiss her on the cheek, then rush towards the kitchen. Sometime afterward, we were all around the table laughing over our dinner. Cora was reminding us of how I was scolded by Mom. We were all enjoying the dinner, and my parents were telling us about their day. Then Cora talks about their cheer while I told her half of the truth of my weekend over my grandma. I was so sure not to tell them about Mateo being there, and the mating of Aaron and his Luna that I have seen. Maybe not the whole thing, but I did saw something that my eyes shouldn't. After our blissful dinner, everyone went to bed except for me. Cora wanted to help, but I told her that I could do it on my own and that I am okay with it. When all of the dishes have been washed and the kitchen has been clean, I made my way to my room. I plop on it, pulling out my phone from my pocket. I haven't touched it since I came home. I did hear and feel the vibration from it in my pocket, but I was scared for my parents to find out. My eyes met with his 100 texts, making me smile. I kept on reading each text, then I thought of how to reply to him. My hands kept on typing, then deleting my drafted text. Finally, I made up my mind and just text sorry to him for the late reply as my parents were around, and right now, I'm kind of tired. I didn't want the last 6 words to be included, but too late as I accidentally click sent, and the message has been successfully sent to the recipient. I lay there on the bed, watching the ceiling while I waited if he was going to text me back. My phone beep. I quickly unlock it, and the words there made me foolishly smile. He types, sleep well, then my baby girl. Tonight I'll kiss you and hold you there in my arms in my dreams. I turn to the other side, clutching my phone. I am flattered with every word he texts me. Is this love? I whisper with a smile before I close my eyes. Mateo and I always fail to meet secretly. It has been 3 days past, and we still haven't met up. We never have those alone moments with each other. There are times after school we want to meet, but miserably, we never get the chance. Cora and Gia were always beside me, and even if I go home, my parents would always be there. Constantly, they have both come home early, and I never question it because I am taking advantage of it to enjoy every moment with them. So Mateo and I are texting nonstop and talk sometimes on the phone, either FaceTime or Skype. Indeed, that if only I am in my room alone, away from the ears of everybody. I am trying my best not to be caught by my parents. Today would mark the 4th day of not being able to see each other. I woke up early to find his text on my phone. I can't do this any more than I read the other one. This distance between us. So please spare a moment tonight with me. I grin at this, then ready myself for school. My dad says he'll be late tonight when he dropped Cora and me at school. I did a little happy dance in my head. Now I only have my mom to look out for. The school was still the same. Janice and Maria were busy with our prom preparations with everyone else while I busy myself with doing nothing, but spend some quality time with my friends. Sometime later after school, I was walking down the hallway by myself when I felt hands pull me to a corner. Sparks suddenly ignite my body, and I knew who it was. I am surprised to see him here. Hey, what are you doing here? He put his hand over my mouth. Please tonight, Addasah. I want you to go on a date with me. I can't, Mateo, yet he keeps pleading to take me on a date. Okay, I'll see what I can do, as my mom will be home tonight. Why are you here? I ask him at last. We came to pick up Jay's sister. Jay has a sister here, I repeated. That's new, I thought to myself. Imerez Colby, that's his sister. I don't know her, but still I just nod my head. We heard voices coming nearer. He then quickly kissed me on the cheek. Please text me. Wait, casual or formal. Be yourself, my beauty. He kisses me again. I went home by myself as Cora is going to their cheer squad party. She wants me to go with her, but I refuse to because Cora is the only person I like from the whole cheer bitches. When I arrive home, I saw my mom's note, which made me feel like I won a lottery. She won't be home until the next day. So I texted Mateo. He could pick me up around 8 p.m. Turn and twist in front of the mirror. I tried all my dresses until I settled with a floral romper and paired them with my floral wedges. I pull up my hair in a messy bun, then waited for Mateo. My phone peeps, and I read to find that he is outside of the house. I quickly run downstairs, but careful enough not to fall. I turn off the lights except for the hallway and the kitchen, and then I went out and locked the door. When he sees me, he runs up to me, backing me against the front door of our house with his hands possessively going around my waist. Then he took me by surprise, kissing me urgently, and I responded to him with my hands going around his neck. My legs are now around his waist as he pushed me against the door. He moves his lips down to my neck, giving me time to breathe while whispering, "You look breathtaking tonight." He then trails his kisses down to my breast, earning a moan from me. He repeats the process by coming back up, kissing me once more before resting his forehead on mine breathlessly. "I miss you," he smiles, "and I to you." He puts me back on the ground, and my legs go jelly from our heavy kissing session. He held onto my hand tightly, pulling me towards the car. "Oh, I almost forgot, did I smudge your lipstick?" He turns me around, and I gave him a peck on the lips. "Nope, this one is smudge-proof." I gave him a wink. "Sassy and sexy," he chuckles, opening up the door for me. I don't know where all this confidence comes from. This whole thing is so new, yet the way I react was like I am a pro in this field. "You wanna tell me where are you taking me, mister?" I patted my lashes, and he just chuckles. "Nah, ooh, no spoiler, babe." He winks, and I found myself blushing. He took me to a secluded restaurant outside of our territory. It is one of my favorites, and they are also the best. "Do you like it?" he asks when we were outside of the restaurant. "I love it." I squeeze his hands, reassuring him of what I like. Mateo has chosen a VIP table which is outside of the balcony, and we're the only ones there. We order our food and make small talks. There are things I wanted to ask him, but I'll just ask one at a time. If you don't mind, why suddenly do you want to try with me?" Mateo looks aside before he then focuses his attention on me. His hands reached out to hold mine. "I made a mistake when I told you all those things before of not wanting to be with you, my mate." He gulps before continuing. "My wolf is crazy without you. He kind of helps me see the truth of our bond. I wanted to feel what everyone else is feeling. I don't want to miss on this, and besides, you're too hard to resist." He snorted at me. "Really?" He nodded his head in pride. Our food was served, and we just talk randomly while eating. When we were done, I thought he was going to drop me off home, but Mateo wouldn't. You think just by having dinner then our date is finished. He then moves closer, holding my hands. Mate, we haven't gone through our 20 questions. I began to giggle. Isn't that too cliched for us? I say, and he replies, Nope, now come on, we got one more place to visit. Full name. Mateo Evan Reed. You. Addasah Natasha Rumanoff, I replied. Wait, were your name after? Black Widow, the badass chick in Avengers, yeah, I wish. But no, it's just a coincidence that my grandmother's name is Natasha, and it's Rumanoff, not Romanv. I laugh lightly. So yeah, a lot of my teachers thought so too, but nah, it's different. He smiles, nodding his head. And Addasah? Well, let's just say Addasah is a protagonist of a book called A Voice in the Wind. It's my mom's favorite book. She told me that book leads her to my dad, Mateo chuckles. My mother met my dad when she went to our neighboring pack to buy the limited edition of the book. She was to take the last book from the shelf when my father's hand reaches for it. My father was only there to buy the book for my grandmother since she dares him for it. It wasn't his kind of thing, as he was a pretty bad boy at the time. She always told me those moments were magical in her life. Once their eyes met and their scents caught up to each other, and she couldn't forget that day. Where the bad boy gave her the book and went back to his grandmother with nothing because in his heart, he already has something far more important. You, I ask him, and he stays silent for a moment before he opens up to me about his relationship with his parents. He told me Luna Sheena isn't his mother. His biological mother left him when he was young for another alpha. He said Luna Sheena, even though he wasn't her biological child, but treated him like the rest of her half-siblings like her own. I'm sorry, was the only thing I could tell him, and I hope it would make him feel better. The first kiss, he asks out of the blue, and I found myself blushing with embarrassment. Now I believe 20 questions is over Mr. Future Alpha. I got up from the couch in their private house near the beach. After he took me to the restaurant, he then took me to their beach house away from the eyes of our pack and everyone. I also learned so many interesting things about him, his likes and dislikes to his high and low moments in life. Also, we have both agreed that we do not want our pack to know our relationship yet. Nope, you aren't getting away that easily. He trapped me in his arms and began to tickle me. I fell on the floor, pulling him with me, and he fell on top of me. His hands both land beside me, holding up his weight. Now your first kiss, he asks. You first, he smirks. My girlfriend in 5th grade, now it's your turn. I stare into his eyes, thinking oblivious, but then that's him and his life, not poor inexperienced me. Slowly I say in a whisper, you. I was so embarrassed to know that my mate might be more experienced than me. I am someone who has zero experience in the department of love, dating, and hooking up. He leans forward, pressing his lips on mine, and naturally I began to respond to it, feeling blissful at that moment. He pulls me up from the ground sometimes after. Come on, I have to take you home. Mateo pulls the car over in front of our house when we got there. I saw the lights off, and I knew none of my family is back, even Cora. She must be still at the party, or Jem might have picked her up. Thanks for tonight. I did enjoy it. He leans forward and gives me kisses on the cheek, lips then finally to my forehead. I blush to smile to myself, then I peck him on the lips. I'll see you tomorrow. I got out of the car, waving him goodbye. I smile as I made my way back inside the house. I kept on humming, turning on the lights. I took off my shoes and turned to find my mom sitting on the couch with a serious look on her face with her folded arms. Take a seat, Addasah. I want to ask a few things you. Her voice was so soft, which was unusual to me. Mom, can we? She cut me off. Take a seat. This time she raises her voice. I knew she was mad, and I don't want to be on her bad side. I wipe my sweaty hands on my dress, taking a seat on the couch opposite her. I gulp my saliva nervously, waiting for her to ask her questions. The suspense and the atmosphere here in the house were tense. My mother kept looking at me as if she was analyzing me with her folded arms. Then, suddenly, her lips move, and I knew I was deadly in trouble. This is the last time I would be asking this to you, and don't you dare lie to me. Your grandma calls. I was surprised to hear that my grandmother calls. Got me wondering, what does she know? And we have talked. My mom never smiles while she talks. So you better not lie to me, young lady. This time I want the truth. This side of my mom was really scary, and it's kind of freaking me out with her warnings. Now who is Mateo to you? She stretches out every word like a threat, and I knew I can't hide the truth anymore from her. So I took a breath, wiped the sweat on my hands, then raised my head, looking right into her eyes. He's my mate. Mateo's Pav. She's my mate. I gulped my whiskey while Quinn stood there speechless. Jay looks back and forth between the two of us. No, she isn't your mate. She shook her head as if what I'm saying is not true. Well, suit yourself. But Addasah is my mate, whether you like it or not. I pushed myself away from the bar and stood up to go home. After my date with Addasah, I made my way home only to be stopped by Quinn and Jay. They have caught me leaving her driveway and even took photos of me and her kissing each other, in case I denied anything. We should have been more careful, but I guess there is no use. I would be lying if I say I didn't enjoy my date tonight with Addasah, because seriously, I was drawn to her. I know I sounded confused, but the way she responded to my kisses, the way she talks, and the way I open up to her tonight while she listened was mind-blowing. I have never felt so connected to someone in my whole life. I may have connected with Quinn in a love relationship, but Addasah was quite different. Now I don't know what I want anymore. Is it possible to love two people at the same time? No, Thunder growled through our links. We should have loved our mate only, he spat, but I close him off. Everything is ruined now. I mean, my night is ruined now that Quinn and Jay caught me. I think it's time for me to choose what my heart truly desires. She's not your mate, she held back my arm. Look, Quinn, we can talk this tomorrow. I walk away from the two of them. I am the one you love, not her, she shouted at me, wiping away her tears. Mateo, look me in the eyes and say that you love her. She turns me to her, her hands gripping mine. Looking straight into her eyes made me realize again that she is right. I fucking love her, even though a part of me did like Addasah, but it will never compete with my feelings for Quinn. I look behind her and remember Jay was here with her. I felt something burning within me that I couldn't contain myself, but harshly sneer at her and him. What about Jay? Who is he to you, and why the fuck are you two together tonight? I spat out at her, changing the subject. Jay threw a punch at me, which I gladly dodge. Since when did you ask about me and your girl together? You know I never had a thing for her. He punches again, but it missed. Not all boyfriends are okay with their woman seen with another man. Oh yeah, what about her man? He pointed to Quinn and then to me. And another woman, Jay furiously jabbed at my chest. I laugh lightly. Right, I guess we're both doing the same thing. Quinn nodded her head, not moving towards me quickly. No, don't leave me for her. She grabs onto my hand while sobbing. I told you I love you, Mateo, and nobody, not even my mate. She put my hands to her heart. Please, Matt, you only want her because of the bond. Mateo, I love you, please, not her. Then she flung her hands around my neck, clinging to it. She stubbornly won't let go of me. Quinn. I kiss her forehead and say to her, we'll talk tomorrow, I promise. She nodded her head and pecks me on the lips. Jay went back home alone while I went to drop Quinn off home. Afterward, I went back to the pack house to find my father, his Beta, Gamma, and Addasah's father in the living room. Later on, Mother Sheena joins us and was surprised to see her pulling a suitcase behind her. She smiles when she sees me, then hugged me. My father looks at me sternly. Mateo, I know I have already informed you on this matter that your mother and I are going on a vacation, and you will act in my place as Alpha. So if you need anything, ask any of the gentlemen in here. He motions to everyone around, who all nodded in agreement. He then dismissed everyone else, leaving him, Luna, Sheena, and me. Mateo, your final homecoming game, he asks. Next week Friday, I reply shortly. Are you going to mate Quinn then? Again, I just nodded my head yes. Good, now please take care. And if anything happens, call us immediately and we'll be here. I hug him then to Luna Sheena, before we move outside to bid farewell to others. When they left, I turn around to find Lyndon, Addasah's dad, looking at me sternly. He then smiles. See you tomorrow, Alpha, and he walks back to his car. I felt my phone vibrate. I took it out to only see Addasah's text, Mom knows. I shut my phone close, not wanting to reply to her that Jay and Quinn now know. He's my mate. There was a pregnant pause, my mom sitting without saying anything at all. I sat there nervously with my eyes locked on my mom. The way she sat with her eyes on me is killing me inside, that if there is a hole, I would find myself in it, or better, shrink into an ant woman. How cool is that? I deadpan to Allura, who only purr through our links. Another thing, I'm glad. It's just me and her, but not Cora or Dad. It would be a total disaster. When she moves to stand up, I gulp my saliva, wiping the sweat of my palms over my rhombus. My legs are going numb. She paces back and forth in front of me. Then suddenly she asked, "How far did you go with him? And how long have you two been together?" I blink my eyes, while my head goes round and round in a circle. "Ma," I stutter, "how far did you two go?" "Not far," she shut me up with a warning growl. "You know what I mean, Addasah. Stop playing dumb." "Gosh, your mom is so scary when she can be," Allura whinny in my head. Tossing from side to side and wagged her tail nonstop. She was beyond nervous too, and the way my mom acted is freaking the both of us out. I took a long, deep breath. "Nothing happens, Mom. We just kiss, make out with our clothes on," I tell her, hoping it would ease things. "And tonight was our first date." I bit my lip. She stops, then she looks at me, and I know I kind of sound stupid. She closes her eyes with her fist clenching, then unclenching them. I know my mom is trying so hard to calm herself. "Addasah, when I ask you before, why did you lie?" she asks. "I didn't want anybody to know about it. I just want to handle it on my own. He's my mate, and so I thought he's my business alone, not anybody else." I stood up, throwing my hands in the air. "I'm sorry if I didn't tell you, but Mom, you and Dad have a lot of things on your hands now." "They are not important," she retorts quickly. "You are more important to us." "I am sorry, Mom, and you know it's not just that. I also need time before letting anybody know." She looks at me with disappointment. "Addasah, if it wasn't for your grandma, I wouldn't have known it." "Grandma," I mutter. "Yes, your grandma told me that you and Mateo were pretty close over the weekend. She knew you two were mates. And if you think how, honey, your grandma lives longer than any of us." I was more than speechless. "Yet she didn't want to interfere with you two. But Addasah, I have to know about you and him together. That's why I call your grandma." When I heard he was there, I knew I have to call her. "Forgive me, sweetheart, but I need to confirm this. You know Mateo is with another girl." "Was Mom, and as I said before, I can handle it." She scoffed. "Then were you able to handle him introducing another girl as his Luna Huh in front of the pack, huh?" I didn't answer. I just stood there. "Were you?" she repeated. "At first, yes, I did, but only Allura was affected by it." Yet she shook her head in disbelief. "What about now?" She folded her arms. Again, I didn't want to admit anything yet to her. "I'm handling it very well." She didn't say anything for a while, then she fully turns back to me. "I know I said when you meet your mate and be with him everything is magical, but Addasah." She started moving close and held both of my hands together. "Mateo is not the one for you," she says, and I stood there speechless. I thought this was the moment she would be happy for me. Tell me that my mate is my other half and that without him, I could never be whole and be truly happy. When I was young, she used to tell me about those beautiful moments. If you met the one made for you, and she was right, cause my date with Mateo proves her words. Yet here she is telling me I can't be with him. "Mom, what are you saying?" I ask and wonder if this was the reason she was mad at first. She didn't want me with me. "You can't be with Mateo, trust me." I shook my head no. "Mom, you can't say that, you and Dad." "Our mates," she finishes, "but it's different with you and him. Addasah, it's complicated." What do you mean it different, Mom, and complicated? I said with frustration while tears burst from my eyes. She takes my hands in hers and led me to the couch, sitting us both down again. Her hands pulled away strands of hair covering my face. If he is someone else from the pack, I would have approved, but Mateo, honey, it can never be. I started to cry. Why? I sob. Just trust me, my dear, please, Addasah. Tears were pouring out of her eyes. Whatever you have with him, please stop at this instance. Break up with him, Addasah. Not everyone will approve of you too. Mother was sobbing too in saying this. I just couldn't believe this. Mateo and I just started our relationship, yet everything just came crashing down before it even started. Worst of all, I think I am in love with him, and it is something my mother wouldn't know. Not for now, but maybe in the future. Addasah, my dear, one day you'll understand, but please do what I say. I'll explain everything to you, my dear. She hiccups, pulling me in her arms. I promised, she said, and I cry in her arms while my mom kept on rubbing my back smoothly. I promise, my dear, she keeps on repeating. How can this be? Allura kept on howling. Hello, baby girl. Cora winks in our way, wiggling her brow as she walks aback facing in the front while pulling the ropes in her hand. We are watching her pulling the ropes connected from the hall to God knows where it will end. Gia, who stood by my side, started to laugh. You mean, are you lost, baby girl? She jokes and howls at Cora, who seems to be so lost in what she is doing. She stops in her tracks with the ropes in her hands. Ah, you're right, I'm not even good at doing this shit, and I don't even know what the hell am I doing. She drops the ropes on the ground and walks towards us. Are you sure? Your cheery club won't kick your ass for doing that, she bluffs. It's not even our cheer club's stuff, it's your committee's stuff. She pointed to me. I'm not in any committee, I deadpan. Honey, you're perfect. And Janice. She pointed to nobody at the back. Our bitch of a head girl is practically making us their slave for her prom decor. I slightly chuckle remembering that our last meeting for the prom didn't go that well. Ever since that day, none of them include me in decorations, shopping, or anything related to prom. The only time I get to involve is either for the sake of the whole school or performing our duties as leaders. Then you should be honored, my dear. I raised my hands and put them on her shoulder, squeezing them. Trust me, your pups would be so proud if they ever find out that their big bad mama wolf was a cheerleader and one of the coordinators for our school prom. Cora laughs humorously. Coordinator, my ass, more like a rope girl. I swear if this was football, those bitches would make me water girl. Gia and I both laugh. I heard you guys are performing at the prom, Cora said towards Gia. Not me. I am sitting this one out. We both turn to her quickly, asking at the same time. Why? She kicks a stone, then sigh heavily. Our pack doctor warned me not to sing in the meantime because it will damage my vocal completely. She cast her head down sadly. Cora and I both hug her. Oh, everything will be fine, sweetheart. She wipes off her tear. We stood there for a moment before I ask, and Eid? She suddenly blushes. We're doing great, and he's been an amazing mate. Amazing in what ways? I mean details. I am dying here. Cora wiggles her brow and I slap her at the back of her head. Ouch, what? She groans with irritation, glaring at me. Can't wait for you to find your mate, then I'll never leave you alone, she said. I became froze there, didn't even know how to move when I think of my mate. I don't know if what I am going to do is right for both of us. Gosh, I don't even know how to tell him that it's over between us as a mate. Nothing will happen ever again, it's just over. From that night forward, where my mom has pleaded for me not to be with him, I decided to take her advice. Since then, I ignore his messages and phone calls. I am trying so hard not to hear his voice or see him because I think I am going to cry if I do so. I know I have to accept one call from him so that I could talk to him. Hopefully, he won't blow me out or even hate me for doing it. Addasah. I snap my head towards Cora. Girl, are you all right? I nodded my head. Seriously, Addasah, are you sure? Cause we have been calling your name 5 times, but you just zone out. They look at me with concerns, and I smile back with reassurance that I am 100% okay. We heard the bell rang, and so we made our way back to class. Oh, hi, ladies. We all looked to the left side to find Maria and another girl named Felicity with a box in their hands. I almost roll my eyes thinking of what she wants now. Felicity struggles to open the box in her hand. Gia helps her out. She pulls out envelopes and handles each one of us one envelope. Ladies, Maria grins widely. Please, those are invitations for your plus ones. I squint my brow. What if I don't want to come? I could see anger in her eyes, but she just remains her smiles. Oh, darling, you have to. It's compulsory. I was shocked. Look inside. There's a signature from the principal. She turns and skips away from us. I frown, muttering under my breath. I hate that principal, while we all continue to walk to our class. When it was after school, Cora and I catch a ride home with Gia. Evan picks us up and dropped Cora and me back home. Eventually, my parents aren't at home yet, so I left my bag on the counter in the living room and made my way towards my room. Closing my door, I lean my head backward, closing my eyes, then I smell his scent. My eyes snap open, and I saw him standing there behind my window, in my room. I shook my head, then rubbed my eyes to see if it's a dream, yet he still stood there. My heart began to offbeat. What am I going to do? I ask Allura. Unfortunately, it most likely seems like my wolf is on vacation. Pressing my lips together, I pull away from the door and glance back at him. Meeting those green eyes with my lips parting, I ask, Mateo, what are you doing here? Heart wants. Mateo, what are you doing here? He slowly turns to me, and within seconds he engulfs me. Mateo, you can't be in my room. I try to push him away, but his hold around me tightens. I felt him squeezing me, making it hard for me to breathe. Mateo, I can't breathe. I try pushing him off. He let go of me, resting his forehead on mine, but I push him away from me, making him stumble back. Addasah. Not here, Mateo. I wipe off the sweat from my head. Can we go talk somewhere, but not here? Addasah, I hear Cora calling my name, and her footsteps come near my room. The knob twisted. Why is your room locked? She twisted the door knob again. Yeah, so usually I don't lock my room now. Is practically the first time I locked it when it was just the two of us. I quickly turned to Mateo, holding his hand, with my eyes begging him. Not here. I'll see you in the South Side 78th Street. I will text you, I promise. He nodded his head. I open up the window and he climbs through it. Addie. I'm coming. I call back while my eyes are fixed on him. Once he safely made his way down, I took a deep breath and walk back to open the door. Yes, Cora, she rolls her eyes, pushing her way inside the room. I am going out tonight with Jem. Do you want to hang out with us? And be the third wheel, I sarcastically say, and she laughs. Gia and Eid will be there too. I smile at her. Don't worry, I wouldn't miss it. Mate or no mate, nah, this girl's still going strong, I said, and she sighs, replying, as always. She went out of the door, stopping, holding it open. Be ready. We're leaving around 8 p.m. I slump back on my bed, watching the ceiling when she closes it. I checked my phone, it's 5:00 p.m. I quickly send a text to Mateo to be there now and change into black jeans and a crop top, then a jacket to cover my waist. I ran downstairs. You're ready. Cora took a sip of her juice. No, I have to go somewhere first. She nodded her head. And how would you get there? She raised the glass to her mouth. I halt in my steps, looking at her, then turn back to the wall where the car keys are hanging. My eyes moving from her to the wall, she shook her head. No, you wouldn't dare, girl. Too late. I grin like an idiot and run towards it, grabbing one from the wall before Cora blocks my way. Cora groans in irritating. You know your mom is going to kill you. I turn around and came to face with my parents' photo hanging from the opposite wall. I quickly got on my knees, my hands going up in prayer. Please, Mom and Dad, forgive me. I rub my hands together in front of me. I promise this would be my last time touching these cars. I swear by the moon goddess name, I beg as if I'm talking to them. I stood up, immediately finding Cora looking at me with narrow eyes. I swear to the moon goddess you are not going to be a godmother to my pups. and never to name any of them after you. She dramatically slap on her forehead, and I grin at her before dashing out of the house. I made it there on time and saw his figure standing there against a tree. Nobody lives in this area as it is secluded. None of the pack members came here. I know this cause I found it when I have gone through my history research. I turn off the engine 10 meters away from where he stood. Slowly, I walk there taking my time and thought of how to tell him. His head turns up and he pushes himself away from the tree and walks to meet me halfway. He embraces me when we met in the middle. You're here, his head buried in the crook of my neck. He pulled away, holding my hand, leading me towards the woods, but I took off my hand from his. He stops, turning back at me with a confused look. We can't anymore, Mateo, I blurted. You were with Quinn and sure you love her. He cut me off. What are you saying? I try not to cry in front of him. I think it's best if we stop this. I'm sure you don't want to be with me. So please let's not be together because the moon goddess has chosen us for each other. I pointed between the two of us. He staggered back. Are you saying? I'm sorry, Mateo, but we can't anymore. I started to walk away from him. I heard his footsteps, then held back my arm. Give me a reason. He held my hand tight. He tilts my chin, facing me towards him. Who is he? No, there is no one. I push him off. I'm not letting you walk away from me, Addie. Just let me go. He held onto my waist. Not until you give me a reason. You want a reason, fine. We can't be together, Mateo, because I don't feel anything for you. He shook his head. Tears now fell from his eyes. No, then you shouldn't respond to my touch when He was to hold me again, but I stepped back. Allura howled in sadness, trying to push through to take control of my body, but I was strong enough not to let her be. I have to do this for my mom. I know she has an explanation, I thought to myself. Why? He reached out for me again, but I stepped back. Addasah, don't do this. A tear escaped from my eyes. I quickly wipe it off. Please, Addasah, don't turn your back on me. Please, he cries, gripping at his hair. Addasah, I walk away with tears now running down my face. I got in the car, quickly started. Why? He shouted, falling on his knees on the ground, crying. I couldn't take this aching feeling in me. Without hesitation, I drove away from there. I was almost out of his sight when I couldn't take the pain anymore, along with my non-stop tears. I touched my heart, crying with thoughts consuming me. This is the first time I fell in love, the first time I ever wanted to be with someone and wanted something apart from what I have. On the other hand, my wolf never pressures me, yet here I am walking away, and it's suffocating me. My heart, I beat on it, then I stopped the car, turning off the engine, whispering to myself. I'm sorry, Mom, but my heart is in pain. I mutter and open up the door, running back at him. Mateo! He wipes off his tears, standing up from the ground, and started to run in my direction. I threw my arms around his neck when I reached him. My lips slammed on him. I tasted my salted tears on his lips, with sparks flaring around us. Everything was so magical. It was like both of us are submitting to one another. This kiss was different from our previous one. It was full of emotion and passion. He pulls my body against him, with our lips never parting. For once in my life, I have never been sure of my feelings for any other man, and right now, I know what my heart wants. My heart only beats and wants my mate, because in walking away from him, I realize something. That I am seriously in love with him. Mateo's Pav. We sat there in the car's back seat, holding on to each other. It has been an hour since we stay like this, mostly talking, and I am surprised to know she's taking a risk for me by going behind her mother's back. I felt a little bit of guilt in taking advantage of her for a while. Here she was so invested with our mate bond. She's willing to give up everything just for us to be together. This got me wondering why her mother did not want us to be together. It also brought me back to my father's question on the status of my relationship with Addasah. It made me curious that after tonight, I'll make sure to find out about it. Addasah has asked me sometimes if my friends or Quinn knew about us, but I lie to her that they didn't. Yet all of my friends already have known about it and are aware that this is just for me to break the mighty to goody Addasah. Some part of me wanted this, and I'm sure of it as these past few days without her replying to my texts, and answering my calls did drive me insane. Yet what she did just an hour ago still doesn't settle well with me. The trust I thought I could have with my mate, now gone, and the love that I was starting to feel for her is now filled with doubt. If I am to accept and let her in completely, is she going to do her worst? So no, I won't let her in easily not until she begs me on her knees to love her as a mate. I kept on thinking as I held onto her, her head on my chest with her hands gripping my shirt. Thunder is telling me through our link that I should be grateful that she did come back, but I am mad as hell. To think back at it once again, honestly, I was willing to drop Quinn for her. I did plan to break things off completely with Quinn. I just needed Addasah to confirm her feelings for me. Indeed, right when I'm about to tell her everything, she just stabs me right there. Addasah fucking broke the other half of my heart, completely right there, when she walked without turning back even when I plead with her not to. The pain of watching her go increases when Thunder growls through our links, trying to push over me to take over and mark her right here. I didn't give him control, that's why I fell crying while at the same time feeling more pain, because of Thunder and her. She has shown me her other side, which I assume when I first met her in the mall. I could never forget how she holds my gaze and glare at me. Addasah is one cruel mate, and that doesn't make me any different. Somehow the moon goddess just pairs up two heartless souls together, and I'm sure she's more interested to know who would be the last man standing with a smile if my mate and I are ever into this war of love. I'm sorry, she whispers, and I kissed her on the forehead, telling her that it was okay, yet it wasn't okay for me at all. Alpha the beta links me. Inmate 65 has to escape the cell. My heart raced with the mentioning of a dangerous prisoner in our dungeon. I'll be there. I gently push Addasah away from me. What's wrong? She asks. Pack trouble, I reply, then took out my phone from my jean pocket, which I have put in silent mode. I check it and saw 20 missed calls. I curse trying to open the door, then I heard Addasah cursing out even more. What? She just fiddles with the car door handle to be open. I stop her. What's going on? I am supposed to be at home before 8 p.m. She was nervous, and so I grab her by the front of her dress and kiss her. We let go and got out from the back seat. She quickly went to the driver's side, then she looks back at me. Aren't you getting in? I can get you near the pack house so that my dad or mom won't catch us. I smile when she suggested that. It's obvious that we're werewolves and I can get there by myself quickly. Yet here is my mate caring about me, while I have been thinking about doing bad things to punish her. For that little act she played on me previously and all other evil thoughts I have towards her. No, I stride towards her. Go on, I'll follow behind. I'll just watch your back in case someone tries to attack you. I give her a long kiss before pulling away. Come on, let's go. I ran behind her car in the woods in my wolf form. She was on the main road while I was in the woods, not just far from her, so that anyone could barely see me. If inmate 65 has escaped, then I need to be more alert and be smart in every move and decision I make. Once I know she's in the safe zone, I made my way quickly as possible to the pack house. I shifted when I arrived there, with the beta handing me a short that I quickly put on. We went straight to the dungeon and find our Gamma Holland and Delta Cabrillo standing behind Lyndon, who was on his hunches with his right hand touching on the ground. Alpha, I nod my head towards the two standing. Lyndon stood up from the ground. Alpha, he started, but then he stops before he could say anything further. The other three in the cell seem rigid, and the atmosphere was a little bit tense. I may be just an acting alpha, but I could still sense the intensity within this cell dungeon between the four men. Lyndon, anything from your side? He nods his head no. Best if Beta Augustus would give you the full details. I turn to the other three and ask them to wait for me in the office. They all left except for Lyndon and me. He was to walk out when I stop him. Lyndon, he stops in his tracks. The man in here seems to know you so well. If I could recall our first encounter with the prisoner down here when my father took me to see him, I saw his body froze. I knew then something is going wrong here, and I'm the only idiot who doesn't know it, but my father seems to hide it pretty well. I am usually the first one to get ahead of everyone, but I guess I got caught up with my mate and Quinn that made me slack a little bit behind. He's an old friend who has chosen to become an enemy, which I could only explain, but you need to talk to your father for the full details. All I know is he's too dangerous to everyone. I recall the man's sneers comment on his daughter and wife. This made Thunder growl a little. Lyndon took a step, but then he stopped again. Alpha, it's strange that I recently smell my daughter's scent when you're around. This time it was my turn to be stunned, but I was quick to take action to diminish any suspicion. She's never a friend, but my friends and Quinn have been recently becoming her friends. So I guess whenever they are around her, they always brought her scent, and somehow it lingers on me. He shook his head, understanding my reason more like an explanation. Then he went out. I sigh in relief when I have made that stupid excuse to escape, as I was afraid to be caught again. Nobody is at home right now. I have called Cora, who have left earlier, and have explained myself to them. I didn't tell her the truth a minute ago, but I am willing to tell her when she gets back home. I'm glad I chose to be with Mateo, and at the same time, I'm guilty as charged for not obeying my mom. Yet what can I do when my heart wants him and nobody else, even though the weight is getting heavier on my shoulder for going against my mom's order? I need to talk to someone, and I know my friends are the best option now. I had changed my clothes after taking a shower and made my way down the kitchen to look for any food. I guessed that by getting hungry anything would do, either snack or the leftover in the fridge from yesterday. I just don't care, as I am seriously hungry right now. I didn't know that just kissing and making out with a guy, none other than my mate, would absorb my energy and leave me on empty stomach. It was enjoyable, or should I add on and say blissful and lovable, but the aftermath is a train wreck because I'm seriously hungry right now. In saying that, here, I am like a madwoman looking around for food. Girl, it isn't food you're craving now. You just need to get laid by him. Allura whistles out loud. You're horny, not hungry, she added, and I groaned, shutting off our link and looking for food to eat. I found meats in the fridge, but they are fresh ones, and there are no leftovers. I grabbed the apple and banana from the fridge instead of some uncooked meats. Right now, cooking is out of my list as I'm craving so badly. Plus, I don't want to act like a savage wolf and eat it raw. Oh, girl, you will be savage with Mateo. I cannot believe this wolf of mine knows how to push herself through the links. I sat on the chair, munching on the apple. The door opens, I took another bite, walking towards it. Mom, Dad, I call them when I near the door hallway, yet I found it open widely. My heart sped, knowing my parents wouldn't leave the door open like this. I stood there frozen in my step. Mom. I try again, and saw a flash of light, making me worried as I thought I saw the hooded guy again. It was Cora, who jumps from out of nowhere, surprising me with a boo. I didn't jump in shock, rather I flipped her on her back and almost punch her in the face. Ouch, you bitch, that hurts, she winces. I heavily sigh, helping her up. You shouldn't have done that. She straightens her back and eagerly held up a plastic bag, which I could smell of food. Yes, finally I did a happy dance in my head. I don't know how she did it, but she was able to not let anything spill. This woman thinks food is important than defending herself, and I have never seen someone so happy despite what I have just done to her. Then to think again, she is our sweet Cora, who always loves to smile and be happy. She was so different from other Alpha's sisters, not forgetting the cheerleader crew. So, how was your dinner? It was all right. Jem left early for an emergency call. She sighs, sitting on the couch. And Gia? I'm here. I look back and saw her stumbling through the hallway. I made my way to the kitchen. Does Dante know about you too? I call from the kitchen. No, she replied. Jem says it's not the right time. I came back with our food on the plates, then start to eat. Unfortunately, I couldn't even fulfill my stomach. At least he's not neglecting you. On the contrary, you guys have to come out in the open. Tell your brother I'm sure he won't be mad, Gia says, making Cora frown, and I knew her brother wouldn't appreciate it. Okay, fine, he'll be mad, but I'm pretty sure he'll accept your relationship with him. After all, he is his beta and best friend. Cora groaned, even more, rubbing her face before turning in my direction. And you, Addie, she turns to me. What about me? I ask with food still in my mouth. Nobody can blame me as she took me to surprise with her question. Why were you MIA tonight? I almost choke. Okay, I thought to myself, this is it, I am telling my friends. I trust them. Taking a deep breath, I open my mouth to tell them that Mateo, our acting and future alpha, is my mate, when Cora all of a sudden jump on her feet. What did the bastard do to you? I swallow my food ready to tell them, and in fact, she moves in Gia's direction. It was just then I realize she's squirming on the couch. Gia, are you? Fuck, she arches her back, making me confused. I began to get worried. Gia, her forehead was hot as hell. Cora quickly calls Eid, who arrived in less than 2 minutes. We should have called the pack doctor, I say, but he just gathers her in his arms and went out of the house. Bye, I call, but I know they couldn't hear me. I swirl back around and ask Cora what happened. Heat, she says. I was to ask again about the heat, but Allura was too quick to explain. I forgot my wolf is a professor in that field of study. She has explained that once when a she-wolf comes into maturity, she will eventually undergo a heat. It is a season where a female wolf hormone is stronger or is on high alert. They are not to be mate anyone unless it's their mate. Sexual intercourse or mating between two mates is important as it will alleviate the heat. This would only happen when two mates accept each other without other constraints. I nod in understanding to Allura and turn to find Cora, who is putting on her jacket in a hurry. Where are you going? Kyle, Jem's brother, is picking me up. Did something happen? She wipes sweat from her forehead. I don't know, all I know is that I need to be there. I hug her, hopping, everything will be all right. Kyle picks her up, then afterward, I went back to my room to change into a flimsy royal blue camisole before going to bed. My stomach growl indicating that I am still hungry. I tried to close my eyes and wonder why everything has to happen tonight. I am all alone again, and I don't think my parents will be home anytime soon. I pray to the moon goddess for my parents' and friends' safety, hopping. They are all right. My eyes were about to close when I heard something banging against my window. Slowly, I turn with my eyes wide open and my mouth screaming. What the hell? What the hell are you doing here? I quickly ran towards the window to help him inside. Unfortunately, he fell over with me on top of him. I sat up immediately, only to find my legs on both sides of his torso as he lies down there in stunned. Now are you hungry? Allura wags her tail while licking her lips at the way we positioned ourselves on our mate. I didn't know how to feel, as it was sort of weird to me, not until I felt something growing under me, making contact with my private part. Luckily, my panty and his shorts are keeping the distance between our bodies. Somehow, I yelp, maybe moaning out loud, as others put it, and I quickly clamp my mouth with my hands. Maybe Allura was right, I wasn't hungry for food, as I could remember no matter how much I eat. It felt like I am not eating. It was like an empty gallon, where you eat so much food to try and satisfy yourself, still you're not full. Indeed, here right now on top of him, it feels so weird yet so good, and it's like I want this more than anything else. It's like this is what I have been craving for hours ago rather than food. Gosh, I imagine someone with a frying pan slamming it to my head, and my world goes round and round with stars as my halo until I came to reality. Allura sent me the image of Aaron and his mate that I saw on their mating night. Coming back to my senses, I shook the memory out of my head and quickly moved off of him. Indeed, it grew worse when he flips me over, finding my back on the floor with legs around him, and again I felt it down there. Butterflies were in my stomach, and damn, all these weird sensations filled me up. If it wasn't for his short and my panty, I'm sure his thing would. Poke into yours. Allura finishes and gave me a wink. Gosh, this wolf, I slap my forehead. He breathes heavily, probably trying to control himself. Once he realized our position, he apologizes. "I need a cold shower," he says, getting off of me, and quickly standing up while I cover myself with my arms. Immediately, I stood up, grabbed a towel, then I went and got a shorts and a shirt from my dad's closet and gave them to him. He took it and rushed inside my private bathroom. I pull a shirt over me, then sat on the bed with my legs crossed waiting for him. He came back after an hour. "You okay?" He nods his head and sat on the other side of my bed near me. "What brings you here this hour?" He lies down on my bed, adjusting himself into a comfortable position. It was like this is normal for us, like we have done it every day and have been together for months now. If you add up days right from our date until now, that would be a week. Therefore, we need to set up some boundaries for each other. I mean, we haven't set any rules for each other to enter one another's room. It was only today we've been officially together, not forthcoming, but we are together. I sat there watching him close his eyes, and I'm surprised he is comfortable with me. "I couldn't sleep," he mumbles, his hand reaching out for mine, then followed by his light snores. The smile made at my face as I watch him asleep. Then I remembered again that he is sleeping in my room. I went up and locked the door as I don't want my parents to come home and find our alpha's son on my bed. I pull the duvet over him. Then I took a pillow and another blanket from the cardboard in my room and spread it on the floor. I lay down there thinking of how it is a miracle to be with my mate now, as I was sure that he and I will never be together, as he loves another she-wolf. Another day has come, which eventually turns into another week, as days do pass by quickly. Mateo and I had been sneaking around. It has become a thing for him to sneak into my room whenever my parents aren't around. Cora hasn't even come back since she went back to her pack. I have called her, and she has confirmed she's all right, and it's pack-related issues. So yeah, we have been sneaking around everyone's back, not doing the deeds, but going on dates out of our territory, and him coming to sleep in my room when needed to. He takes the floor every time he drops by while I take the bed. Today's Sunday, and he's taking me on another date. This time we're going to the Crescent Pack Park. He already informed the Alpha and had given us consent to enter. Mateo took me there, and I loved every moment with him. "So are you coming to my homecoming game final on Friday?" he asks. I lick my dry lips with my head, down, then turn up to find those green eyes staring back at me. "I would love to watch you play." He pulls me in a hug, and we stay there watching the children playing around with their parents. How I wish and wonder if we could have that one day. Remembering something I forgot to ask him, I tilt my head upwards to see him. I don't know if he would want to take that risk, but I know I have to. "You know, I want to ask you if you would go prom with me." He squints his brow, but if you don't want to, he put his finger between my lips, completely shutting me up. "I was hoping you would ask me that. You know, I hear Jay is going with this other girl, even Kevin and Smith. I was so sure that you will go with another girl, but thank you." "Are you saying I'm lesb?" He shrugs his shoulder, just checking if my mate is one, and damn, it would be so hot. He teases, and I push him down on his back. "No, you wouldn't dare." We laugh and pickers at each other. He pulls me close on top of him. Everything else disappeared, and all I see was him and those green eyes of his. I was so lost in his gaze that I didn't know we closed the gap between us. I smile at him, feeling happy, and most of all, I'm content to tell him that I love him. Call me crazy, but I don't care, because if anyone was in my shoes, she would feel the same. Our lips are inches away. "I love you," I utter, and our lips met, exploding fireworks everywhere. I hear a click and saw from the corner of my eyes that he has taken a photo of us kissing on his phone. I tried to grab it, but he pulls his hands while still kissing me. I groan, trying to push him off and grab his phone, but he pulls away, holding me an inch away. I took this moment because you know why. He pushes me on my back. He leans forward, gazing into mine. "I love this moment too," I thought silently. "Because I love you too." Everything stopped moving around me, and the only thing I could hear was us breathing, and my heart gone wild with his admission. Therefore, without hesitation, I pull him down towards me and kiss him. This time we savor every moment of it. This whole sneaking around thing isn't so bad at all. I sat down on my desk the next day in class with my chin resting on both of my hands and a tight-lipped smile on my face. It was the last class of the day, but the smile never left my face. I have been roaming around the school in a good mood. The students were surprised that I didn't lash out at them when they did something wrong. Gia was trying to read my sudden change of mood during recess, but she couldn't decipher and ended up giving up. She jokingly calls me crazy and weird, which in some way it's true. I was pretty crazy with the grin on my face. If only everyone knew this girl is head over heels for her mate. I was filled with happiness remembering our confessions to each other yesterday at Crescent Park. Mateo. I kept on mumbling his name in my head repeatedly, with my hands pinching my cheeks. I try to shake off our memories from yesterday, but it was too vivid even when I try to slap myself out of it. Yet I can't, oh moon goddess, how I love that Adonis name. My mate, my Adonis, oh my, I bit my lips and Allura roll her eyes. You forgot one thing, bitch. I try to ignore her and enjoy my flight to dreamland. I was pretty sure she's going to say something pretty nasty to me. Love, she eagerly says, which surprises me, and I nod in agreement. You're sick, did you know that? She added, and still I just smile. I was enjoying my flight to dreamland until someone whacks me on the back of my head, making me bow. My hair now covers my face instead of being turned into my ferocious wolf. I turn around with a smile on my face to kill the bitch who just slapped me. To my dismay, it wasn't some girl, and I wish only if she's someone else. Yet she's lucky because the bitch is none other than my teacher, and I have a lot of respect towards her or any other teachers. Focus, Ms. Rumanoff. She warns me, and I replied while smiling back up at her. Will do so, Ms. Odega. After class, Gia walks with me to the front gate. She and Eid offer me a ride back home, but I refused since Mateo told me yesterday he's going to pick me up when everyone is gone home. Students were picked up one by their parents. Our teachers were gone too, until it was just me, and it was getting pretty dark. I pull out my phone, texting him, but he never replies. I waited for another 30 minutes until I saw a car headlight. He's here. I pull out my phone to check myself, then straighten my uniform as it was getting a bit wrinkled. I pretend to stand there mad and ready to put on an acting girlfriend mad scene at him. The car pulls over, then the windows roll down, but I quickly cast my head down, not meeting his eyes. Hey, you're not going home yet. Okay, that was not Mateo. I quickly avert my gaze upwards and came to meet with Kevin's face. It's been such a long time since I haven't seen Kevin. I think the last time we met was their test game with Mateo's football team. He looks pretty different from the person whom I met before. It felt like he is a dangerous person, and I need to stay away from him. My intuition is telling me that he is not the same Kevin who takes interest in me before. He smirks at me with his eyes, undressing me shamelessly. What a perv, Allura growled through our link. Are you waiting for anyone? I gulp nervously and have no idea why. Yeah, my dad, I lie through my gritted teeth. He nods his head, and I look over his other side to find his friends eyeing me the same way. I felt disgusted by the way they look at me. Don't you want to take a ride with us? We can take you home afterward, he says while licking his lips, then biting it afterward. Gross motherfucker. Any other girl would find it a turn on, but not us, motherfucker. Allura swear through our links, and this is probably the first time I heard her use the word motherfucker. Thank you, but he'll be here any minute. I silently pray to the moon goddess to send anybody in my way. Kevin looks aside to his friends, who seem to nod at him. Then he opens up his door before he moves to come out of the car. My heart sped up, and I felt fear this time creeping slowly to my veins. Addasah, or can I just call you Ada? He smirks, taking a step closer to me, and I step back. My father taught me well, so I can do this if he ever tries any funny business with me. I tell myself, and Allura was already in a defensive stance. Pretty she-wolves like you, I hear his friends howl at that and he smirks. Shouldn't be out here alone. He took another step. I saw his left hand pulling something silver out of his pocket. He waves it in the air, and I saw that it's a silver pocket knife. He laughs a little, then took another step. This time I brace myself and ready to fight. Peep! A loud horn stops him, and he quickly threw the silver knife in his pocket. Thanks, Moon Goddess, he's finally here, I thought as I turned to the car behind theirs. Unfortunately, it wasn't Mateo but my father, which still gives me a relief, my saver and hero. I saw him getting out of the car, Dad. I shouted, running towards him and hugging him while trying to suppress my tears. He pulls me back, then he turns me from side to side, while holding my shoulder to inspect any bruises or injuries on my body. Did they try to hurt you? He asks, and I nod my head no. Kevin, he calls to him, and I'm surprised he knows the kid. I presume you did not try anything funny to my daughter, my father said with sternness. I promise, sir, nothing that you wouldn't approve of. I just invited her to our homecoming games this Friday, he said innocently. He nods him his head, then we both went into the car. You didn't call us to pick you up, he says while starting the engine. I'm sorry I forgot that. I apologize in a low voice. He sighs, well, next time be sure to text us. Your mother and I were both worried about you. We have a dangerous inmate that escapes, so try and be more careful. I will, Dad. I answer with my head lower to look at my feet. We made it home, and Mom was already at the dinner table waiting for the both of us. She wasn't mad, rather she just warns me to call them next time. When our dinner is done, I head to my room texting Mateo why he didn't come to pick me up today. In fact, he never replied. I changed clothes and sat on my bed before texting him the I love you, words once again before taking a good sleep. Maybe he is busy tonight and will text me tomorrow, so I just have to wait patiently. 4 days passed, and I haven't even received a call or a single text from Mateo. I kept on looking at my phone screen to see if he's going to text me anytime soon, yet he didn't. He's also supposed to talk to me about tonight's plan after his final homecoming game, and also the prom tomorrow. This was strange, and every time I look at my phone, I keep on biting my lip. I also haven't seen him around lately. Whenever my dad came home, I always wanted to listen in if he's going to say anything about the acting alpha. Unfortunately, nothing comes up. I got myself ready for school, then sat there on the bed staring at my phone before groaning and throwing it on the other side. I lay down on my back watching the ceiling chanting, "He loves me," or "doesn't love my game." It's getting frustrated. I mean, I missed him already, and Allura is going insane. Addasah, are you going to school today? I prop myself up from my bed to find both my parents at my door. My father's hand is securely around my mom's waist. I look back at my nightstand clock. Yeah, just give me 10 minutes. We'll wait for you downstairs, honey. Once they went out, I slumped myself back to bed, thinking of reasons why Mateo never contacted me again. Finally getting that strength, I push my legs up and grab my school bag from the table. Mom, Dad, I kissed them both on their cheeks when I made it downstairs. My parents dropped me off at school, and before I could go, he stops me. Honey, Cora is coming tonight and I want you to go where she goes. Your mom and I can't be there tonight. I know my parents want me to stay with someone at all times. They have warned me a few days ago that the prisoner who escapes is dangerous and is most likely after our family. They just simply said it is Dad's old rival. No other further explanation, but I was sure there's more to that story. The Alpha is coming back tonight, and we're going to be at his son's private mating ceremony. My world stops. Did I just hear that right? The Alpha son's mating. It can't be Mateo, right? I ask myself. Maybe it's his older brother. I don't know if there's anyone older than him. An illegitimate child, I guess. Gosh, how I sounded so stupid to myself, and now I wanted to cry even more. Looking up, I came to face with my mom, who took me through the rear-view mirror. Her eyes tried to analyze my reaction, but I quickly replaced my misfortune with a smile. I'll see you then, Mom. Dad, I grabbed my bag and went out of the car waving them goodbye. My heart aches a little as I still try to convince myself that it isn't Mateo that my dad was referring to. Hey, you okay? I turn to Gia, yeah. I fake a smile trying not to show my bewilderment. Cora texted me. She says she couldn't get through you. Yeah, I forgot about that. I am such a bad friend who focuses on her mate and does not even bother to answer my friends' texts. My phone is kind of broken. I lie hopping my phone won't ring anytime soon. Oh, that's sad. Anyways, Cora is going to be at the game, so after here we go change and go to the game. I answer yes to her. Gia, did your parents mention anything about mating tonight? I ask. She grins. Awa, you wanna watch one? I roll my eyes at her thinking once is enough. My dad says it's a private mating ceremony with only the high ranks are allowed. No children, pack members, or anybody else, she giggles. Why do you ask? I smile and Gabe replied, nothing, it's just that my parents won't be home tonight. I overheard them saying something about mating. The bell rang, and we both made it to our different classes. I couldn't quite focus today on school, as my mind was still on the mating and Mateo. I wanted to confirm if it is him or not. I didn't even know when school finishes, and the teacher asked me to stay behind to help the girls put up our prom's final preparation. I told Gia to go ahead with Eid, and I'll call a taxi after this to the games. Hopping these things would finish before 8:00 p.m. as the games start at that time. Decorating began an hour later, and my nerves are killing me now. I just couldn't focus on putting anything right in place or Maria and Janice screaming to everyone that this is wrong and that is right, and it went on like that for another hour. I look at the clock and saw the time, it's 8:00 p.m., and the game must have already started. Sometime afterward, everyone takes a break. I started to walk to a secluded area in the hall, and that's when I hear murmuring. I was going to turn and walk away when I heard his name mentioned. I walked back slowly and stood there listening to their conversations. They were talking to the phone that was on the loudspeaker. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me, right? I heard one of them exclaim. So Addasah is his mate. The person says yes, and I knew who it was. It belongs to Quinn, but then wonder how she knew we're mates. Mateo told me he never told any of his friends. Could he be lying to us? I link Allura, who never responded. I think he was only leading her on and only wanted to use her. She laughs lightly through the phone and my heart stops, and I no longer can breathe. I wanted to deny it, but her next words slightly kill me. Can you believe it? She thought he loves her, but no, Mateo told me I own his heart, and we're consummating our love tonight. Me, Kevin, and some of his close friends already knows she's his mate, but can't believe she doesn't know. I felt needles piercing through my heart. Then it starts hammered by Thor's hammer, or even the moon goddess if she has any. I'm sorry that you guys can't attend our mating ceremony as it's a private one. Everyone else there began giggling. I felt my tears on my cheeks, I suppressed my sobbing, and I walked out of there, couldn't even take it anymore. His true intentions were known now, and I wanted not to believe anything single thing. Moon goddess, how could I be so stupid to think I could have his heart for only what in a span of 2 weeks and days? I was so stupid for believing him easily and falling in love with him so quickly. I beat on my chest as I tried to support myself by leaning against the wall. I can't be here, I whisper to myself. I have to confront him. How dare he lies to me? Taking a deep breath, I go back inside the hall to excuse myself. I need to talk to him, to ask him if everything is true, as I still couldn't help but deny her words. Maybe she is lying. It could be her words against his. I keep on repeating as I walk towards Janice. I need him to tell me that everything is not true, and that he loves me only. I heard her best friend congratulating her over the phone for their mating tonight when I passed by them again. Suddenly, I pretend to be sick so that I can leave the school compound to go straight to where the game is held. I quickly text Gia for the location, and she told me it's at Belford's college campus. I call an Uber, which arrived 5 minutes later to pick me up. On my way there, Allura was howling with sadness within me, but I knew I have to be strong. I made it there on time and saw their schoolmate howling in victory. Their game was just finished, and they won against King's College, so they haven't left yet. I bust through the crowd behind the bleachers in my school uniform. All eyes were on me, but I just ignored them all. I found one of his minions by the end of the hallway flirting with Quinn, his precious girlfriend. Her eyes shine with brightness. I wanted to kill her, but first, off I need to confront him. "Excuse me, where's Mateo?" I asked the other kid on my way, as I was avoiding being caught by the other two. He pointed to a secluded door, which none other than the boys' locker room. I follow the direction he pointed me, and once inside, then comes the whistle and howling. Yet my eyes were focused in front, as some guys were trying to cover their upper body, while others were showing off their abs proudly. "When were you going to tell me?" I held back my tears with my finger pushing at his chest, my eyes holding his gaze. "Was it before or after you mated with her tonight?" He looks around, signaling to others with a nod, and they understood, because suddenly the coast was clear. It's me and him, alone in the boys' changing room. The room was filled with intense, but I didn't care or was fear of the probability of him murdering me in there. "Tell me everything is not true. What Quinn says is not true." I keep on pleading to him. "Please, Mateo, tell me you're not mating her." I held his hand, but he pulls his hand away. He scoffs, turning around, drying his hair with a towel, then banging. I jump up a little. He has slammed his locker door open, then grabs a shirt and pulls it over him. "Did you hear what I just said?" He ignores me. Pulling out his phone, he quickly types on it, then said to me, "I heard you loud and clear, and if that's all you're here for, then leave." I felt like I want to cry, even more. Worse, his words have gotten into me, crushing all my bones and killing every cell of my being. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" "You heard me, and yes, it's true, I'm mating her tonight." I stumbled back to a bench near the locker. I may not know what other things she said, but yes, what my Quinn says is true. He glares at me after he finishes saying it. "No," I shook my head in disbelief. "So it is true, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You make me fall for you on purpose, and all along you were going to mate her. You knew what you're doing, didn't you? How could you?" I tried to wipe off my tears. "How could you do this to me? You said you love me, but now I know you never did. How dare you?" I sob. He threw me a handkerchief. "Dry those tears, it won't stop our mating." He walks towards the door, leaving me there to cry. I couldn't take the pain away that before he opened it. I ran up to him, pushing him forward, then kept on hitting him, screaming, "I hate you," even though my fist doesn't have any effect on him until I grew tired. I try to hit him again, but he held my wrist, commanding me and my wolf to stop, or he will kill us. He even has the nerve to tell me to pretend that us never happens. Allura immediately submits to his order, numbing my whole body from fighting him, and I guess he is still acting on behalf of his father as an alpha. He opens the door and went out without giving up, and much thought to anything I said. I follow behind him, still in tears, and scream, "I rejected you." Everything fell in silence. I look up and see everyone in his team's eyes on me with shock. I couldn't believe that they have been airdropping on us. Mateo swirl around, looking back at me, and his eyes fill with fury. Quinn run and stood before him, trying to calm him down. "You will not reject me. As your future alpha and mate, I command you to take it back," his voice thundering around the hall. "No, Mateo, you may submit Allura to you, but you can never submit me physically to you. I can say whatever my mouth wants to say. I can walk wherever I want to go, and my body can do whatever it wants without submitting to you." My voice was filled with determination. Not stopping there, I continued. "And as you have just said, I'm your mate, supposed to be the future Luna of this pack, so no. I reject you, acting alpha Mateo Evan Reed." I abruptly turn around with tears clouding my vision and push through the other boys to go out. I am deeply hurt and devastated by him. Still sobbing, I kept bumping into the people, and out in the field I run to get out of there. I heard feminine voices calling my name from somewhere in the crowd. I knew they belonged to my friends, but I kept on going. "I'm sorry," I apologize while crying, "I'm sorry." I almost stumbled into another group of boys in their football uniform, probably the King's College boys. "Hey, you okay?" Kevin grabbed my arm, but I pushed him away and continued to run. A ferocious growl was heard not too far from me, and all of a sudden I was being held by the wrist, then turned around. People's eyes were on us, as they have made ways to the furious Alpha's son, who storms among them with much authority. I look up into his stormy eyes, which tell me this isn't good. Before I could defend and react to his actions, he bares out his fang and digs them onto my neck.